Hello there, and welcome back to Construction Simulator. Yes, it's another Construction Simulator Monday, essentially. That's what I'm going to start calling it. Not really. But we're here back in Construction Simulator for yet another Monday. Going to be um, building here very, very shortly. Should be fun. Before we start off, I'd like to say welcome to the new subscribers we got over the weekend. Welcome, welcome. And hope you decide to stay. We'd like to have fun here, so it's also kind of boring sometimes, but that's besides the point. But yeah, hope you enjoy, and let's get going. All right. Yeah, so the part I'm looking for is uh, it's a small, it's a short steel line. That's I think it's like at least a steel on, or it's a metal line on both ends. It's kind of rubbery in the middle. Got like this mesh
Okay.
over it, and
It's
it
kind of like with the brake lines where they've got metal couplings, but it's kind of rubber in the middle.
kinda, yeah. It's quite a bit bigger than that though, and it screws into the intake right where the thermostat and the temperature sensor is and all that. And it connects to a port on the side of the lower intake manifold, and then it goes to the back side of the engine. For the life of me, I can't remember what it connects to on that other end, but I cannot find find the freaking name of it either. I've been,
Uh,
I spent like the last hour looking at hose
uh,
diagrams and all
I was
kinds of
gonna
other
say,
stuff.
is it a coolant bypass?
I was thinking
Intake
that.
bypass? Intake coolant bypass? Because it bypasses from the thermostat into the
Yeah,
intake, so it's getting the coolant through the intake right away, or
yeah,
only after it warms up, or whatever.
yeah. I was thinking of
So
bypass, but
it
I
would be a
can't find it.
bypass.
Yeah, I can't find it. uh, it is so annoying too because I spent the last hour looking at hose diagrams for the coolant, just in case maybe it wasn't a coolant line for some reason. Um, some kind of like weird heater hose action, where it uses exhaust heat to transfer through a tube. Some
Mhm.
bullshit like that. Nothing like that. I can't find that either. It's extremely rusted on one end. I know that. That's the reason I'm
So
trying to replace it because um, it's got a female end on one end and the male end goes into
is
the
the
lower.
female end just a uh, hose end with a clamp?
No, it's a screw on. It's got a
Okay.
Yeah. You need a big old freaking wrench to get that sucker off. I think it's like a 20. It's like a 22 or 23.
Okay.
It's freaking big. But yeah, the reason is because it rusted at that end, and when I turned it to get it off of I can't remember what it was on, but when I turned it to get it off of there, it twisted the line because it had rusted to it.
So it's not the heater supply.
I don't think it doesn't go to the heater core. It's not that one
It
that
goes to the back of the engine.
yeah it's not the one that that goes to the actual heater core. This one it's up at the front. Well, it connects to the front of the intake anyway, just about. But yeah, for the life of me, I can't freaking find it. I've been looking at hose diagrams and they don't list that part that I can find. And when I do find a
But it,
diagram that's like in that area, they list everything else but that. It's just like fucking motherfucker. I hate it. Uh, that's why I lost track of times. So I was just, oh man, could not find it for the life of me. Uh,
that's for LS stuff.
yeah, Yeah, when you're looking for the 5.7, you gotta specifically look for the Vortex stuff.
Yeah, I have 350 Chevy Vortex. I'll be right back.
Oh. Sorry about the slow start here. It's just I wanted to air out my frustration so that everyone could hear because it's so irritating. You're looking for one specific part and you look for a long time through parts lists and stuff like that, and it's just like, oh yeah, here's a parts list that's really close to that area, and it's just like listing all the parts, and it's like, okay, cool, 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 and then it doesn't list that one part that you're looking for. Okay, time to do a contract, I suppose. Okay, contract. Let's see what we got. Campaign contracts, of course. Let's see, we did all these, yeah. Innovation technologies. We had the Hydro plant, and then observatory. Yeah, let's do this one. 2.5. Excellent. I'm gonna do the container hotel. Alrighty. Let's see. What are you all gonna need while he's gone for the moment? I don't want to start his cutscene without him. Details. Transport. Construction preparation ground floor. Oh, transport. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Foundation, so excavator. Okay, excavator. So we'll pull out probably both excavators. We'll grab the other dump truck. This one's... and then soil compactor. So yeah, both excavators. Soil compactors. Dump truck. Okay, what else? Okay, so we're gonna be pouring concrete. So concrete truck probably will. No, we haven't been using the concrete truck lately. It's been just crane stuff. So yeah, we might bring in the a mobile crane. Lot of pouring of concrete there. Oh, that just says mobile crane. Delivered special components to the designated large container. So we might need both mobile cranes then. I don't know if we have to go get them. So, yes. those out. Alright. That's just down the street. Sweet. I had to lower my graphics card settings. Graphics card. I had to lower my graphics settings. Graphics card is starting to show signs of true failure, so it's like, better lower down them settings. It plays a little bit smoother, which is probably, I mean, it's not failed, but it is failing. It is getting there. Definitely showing signs of it, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate when you can't afford to replace the damn graphics card. I mean, graphics card is a decent one's not cheap, so talking $300 to $500 there. That's like lower. That's like low to mid tier. Okay, we're gonna take this right down the street here. Got the dump truck. Yeah, it sounded like he got himself a phone call. I don't know what it is. Use this dump truck instead of that big quarry, or the bigger quarry looking one. That one doesn't dump the dirt out as fast. But it might be because this one has a gate on it. It's a little more controlled. It doesn't quite dump it all out. It's easy. Because I think it holds about the same anyway. Just park that right over here.
Back.
Okay, cool.
I may be running to and from on occasion, but for the
What?
most part, I'm here. I mean, are we recording?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just letting you know, I'll be to and from on occasion, but for the most part, I'll be here.
Okay.
I'm making my way over.
Alright, cool. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to lower down my graphics settings on this game. Graphics card is starting to have a little bit of trouble with certain things. You can definitely tell it's failing. Like it's a very slow fail. Like I have in certain spots I have troubles with shadows flashing every now and again.
I was gonna say, if that's this game, I think it's just this game.
No, it's in other games. It's been happening in other games, and also in games where my CPU is around 60 to 70%, maybe around 80. In those same games, I'm now running damn near 100% CPU all of a sudden, and I'll hit these spikes, and it's making the game lag, and it's also making making the hard drive, because it has the hard drive. I can't remember the hard drive rating or whatever. Where if the graphics card can't handle, if it can't handle what it's doing right at that moment, it's at 100%. It can put some of the load onto the hard drive in order to process some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been putting a lot more work onto the hard drive than it needs to, than it should. So yeah, I've been looking at hard drives, or I've been looking at graphics cards. Just like, man, I'm just gonna have to replace it. It's got heat marks on that back plate, so that would make sense why up until a few months ago everything was fine, and then all of a sudden my game started loading really slowly. As well as certain games, when I finally do get into the game, the graphics kind of pop in. I have to wait like 10, 15 seconds for all the graphics to load in fully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run her till she blows.
hmm It does pretty good job once I'm in game. It's just it's starting to show it more and more. All right, so ready for a cutscene?
Mm-hmm.
Fewer young people are vacationing here during the season than they used to. At our local harbor bar, the Hobgoblin, I listened in on some of the talk. People actually prefer to travel to the neighboring towns because the hotels are cheaper. So I was thinking, it would definitely be worthwhile to establish an affordable hotel on this headland, which would be easy to operate and cheap to maintain. I managed to get hold of some of the discarded containers. The people from the steel trade are helping us build simple and stylish housing units out of them. So why don't you just grab these containers and take them to the steel trade? There should be one around the corner. You can hardly miss it. Good luck and see you later.
You can probably tell I picked the hotel made out of containers. That'd be pretty cool. It looks nice and long too. Oh, we gotta go pick up containers from over here. I brought the mobile crane. I didn't know we needed to pull out the semi. Okay, let's see.
Semi, excavator, dump truck.
Yeah, those are all. Oh, the excavators aren't, but the excavators are out.
I love how it's like, cat, 3409 excavator. Cat, 3409 excavator number 1. It's like, no.
Well, you can rename them, but yeah. Yeah, just put a number 1 after it. Okay.
It's like, but this is the second one, not the first one.
Yep. I don't know why you'd need to have her numbers on them anyway. I mean, unless you have like 100 of them or some weird thing going on there. Of course, I have been known to.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But apparently,
But I have been known to have lots and lots of one equipment before. Yeah, I remember when I had one semi for every trailer type in 2015. One semi for every trailer. And then some of them we had two of the same trailers, and they all had their own semi as well.
Yeah.
But you had to do that though because there was no teleporting equipment. You had to haul it, and you damn well aren't gonna drive a tracked vehicle at 3 miles an hour halfway across the map. Or I remember the crawler crane at 1.5 miles an hour. That was its top speed. And it made sense though, because it's a giant freaking crane on tracks, but damn, is that slow.
Yeah, it was a little insane at how slow it was. Made sense, but a little slow.
You wanna... Okay, I guess mobile crane.
I'm looking at how we're supposed to grab these.
I'm thinking mobile.
Yeah, mobile crane to pick up these 3 right here.
I'll grab this one.
I was just over here looking.
Damn, that car's got good brakes. I pulled out in front of a car and it's just like, "Urch." Instant stop. uh, this controller's gotten worse too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's almost not ever a time where it's not going left. At some point. So once you got that set up, you'll just leave it there then. Because we're going to need to do this multiple times.
Yep.
So, but we need a second mobile crane, at least the one to help at the job site, because going to be doing a lot of concrete pouring and stuff. So, and placement. See you. You are now foreman. Yes. Oh
Good
yeah.
now?
Yep.
Yes, it's happy now.
Yeah, that's the other thing I don't like about this game. I do like the automatic mode that it just puts them out for you, but at the same time, it's like if the things run into anything, the game is or it's not happy. I wonder if you could fit those side by side, or is that really too wide?
I think it's one at a time.
Well, it shows 3 on the thing, so
Yeah, I think it's just delivering them one at a time.
oh yeah, I didn't look at the length of that sucker.
I mean, I can try and put a second one on.
Yeah, you might be able to stack. Then we make 2 trips instead of 3. No, it's not gonna let it. Well, now we gotta teleport it over to the steel trade. Now that means we're gonna need are we gonna need a mobile crane over there too to unload them? Probably.
Oh, they have to go over there?
Yeah, they have to go to the steel trade. I'm guessing so they can get modified.
Possibly.
Yeah, once it dropped off over here with all their other containers. If you just want to teleport on over with the other crane, I suppose. We'll have a crane at each location. Just teleport back and forth. Oh, that sucks. Every time I teleport, I have to drive around the block. So I can get over there.
That does kind of suck, yeah.
At least I can teleport, I suppose. Yep, that's my guess. Because they're only there to... Only they were delivering them to be modified for the hotel. Which makes sense, I suppose. Last one for this stage. I'll finally be able to start working on the actual hotel.
Yeah, it's like, what do we need to do? We need to pick up these, deliver them there. Pick up these, deliver them there. Okay. Why can't I be excavating while you're doing that?
Yeah.
It's like I understand there's stages that need completed, but this one doesn't make sense. Because if you have 4 people, you have 2 people doing nothing.
Yeah. Essentially.
Because a lot of the time is going to be downtime because, you know, you got a person driving a crane operator that loads you, and then you drive, unloads you, then you drive, loads you, then you drive. Oh no.
What's up?
Fuck.
Hmm.
This area is huge.
Yeah, so we got 2 excavators.
I only brought the one.
That's fine. I can teleport over a second. Just gets... So it'd probably be best if we work from one end to another, huh?
That's what I'm thinking. I was gonna drag back all that I could, and then
So I'm thinking about
go
putting
on the
this...
other side.
Put this dump truck in between us. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about the best we
I-
can do, really.
I think it'd probably be best to start from the other side because that fence right there.
Mm.
You can only go so far back before you still need to do it. So I
Yeah.
think, yeah, going this way.
Yes, she's gonna take a while.
Oh, know it's not going very deep.
Not going very deep, you say?
It's like probably 3 or 4 feet deep, but from what I expected, it's not very deep.
They got a slightly wider bucket on the old front end loader here. Oh, they freaking reversed the damn controls again. Why? The controls are reversed for the bucket. I'm guessing it was due that last update. Let's see, that'd be under here. Settings. Gameplay. No. Controls.
That, or we're just unlucky with how it does things to it for us.
Alright, so.
We.
I think I want SAE, is it?
Sure.
Maybe. We'll try SAE. I think it only affects excavators, but mainly affects excavators, but it should affect this as well. Because yeah, I noticed it was set on arcade. It's ISO I like. I could get used to ISO. It's okay. Can I see if I can reverse the actual input or the way it handles? No, I don't think they had. They still didn't add that, I don't think, then. No. I'm guessing because it's a driving vehicle, it's not affected then. They still didn't add a way to invert your boom and stuff, which is crazy.
There you go. Filled your bucket.
Yeah, you did. I just like using the front end loader. It's the thing I'm most comfortable with.
I hate it because it handles like dog shit.
Well, that's the game side of things.
I know. This would be much better with a front end loader, plain and simple.
Yep.
In real life. Because, sticking a bucket 3 feet into the ground.
I mean, this thing doesn't handle as bad as it used to. They definitely made some improvement on it. But it's still that all-wheel drive, which it ain't.
Oh, goodbye.
Wrong one. Again. That's that controller at work.
What you get for using a controller?
Oh, that's what I get.
Master Race, man.
I am the PC Master Race.
Nah, you're using a controller.
Well, this is a driving game. So, big brain move there. Using a controller rather than a keyboard. Yeah. My controls are much easier to use because I use a controller. Because I got more controllability.
Sadly, I have more options, which means more fucking random bullshit that they can decide. This controls this.
That's true, yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm gonna use this. It's got 7 pages of fucking controls.
It's like some of them simulator games where it's just like they decide they're going to utilize damn near every key on the entire keyboard. And each one of them keys has its own function. It gets a little ridiculous, and then it's just like, oh, you want even more controls? Okay, you can hold the Shift key, Alt key, Control key, and that brings up another set of menus and controls, and it gets a little ridiculous.
Well, I don't, this is completely almost off topic. It's still a simulator. A game called DCS World. It's got a lot of jets and, helicopters, planes like that,
Microsoft
You don't
Sim.
have button controls. You have the mouse. There are buttons that do control things, but the mouse, because there's so much clicking. Because it is a simulator. It's like to start a Hind helicopter in 60 seconds. And it's like, he's just pressed like 36 different fucking buttons and what?
It's like, didn't...
It's like auxiliary fuel on, auxiliary fuel off, up to 60% power, and then turn on the other one. What? Who? Huh? You get the turbine up to this much, and then you fucking, put the fuel to it. It's like, yeah, I know that, like, those controls make sense, but this is a game. No, this is a simulator.
I remember when Microsoft Sim used to be really fucking complicated as well. I don't know how much they are anymore, but the last Microsoft Sim I played was 2004, and I could not fly a helicopter simply because I didn't know the controls at all. I was able to get the helicopter started, but as soon as I'd take off, it would lift a few inches off of the landing pad and then just flop over immediately. It just on all the bells and whistles and warnings would go off, and then flop over, crash. And some of them planes were actually pretty freaking complicated to fly. Because, yeah, it was a clicking simulator as well. It was just like, okay, here's all my switches. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Alright, we got the engine started. Okay. Let's bring him up to RPM. Click, 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 click. Click, drag.
And then you got takeoff and landing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so you have flaps. How many degrees of flaps do you want?
Oh,
And then it's like piston engines. It's like you have the carb heat if you want that on or off for everything, and so it doesn't ice up. And it's just great.
it was a lot of fun back then.
And
Of
then
course.
you have landing gear on certain ones that you have to worry about.
Yeah. And some of them so complicated you got to deploy the landing gear properly. It's like there's more than one button to landing gear. It was really crazy. Of course, that one, Flight Simulator 2004. I think that was like it was an 8-disc installation. 8-disc installation. It took hours. Hours and hours and hours.
I mean, it checks out.
That's the way it used to be. And the one I had gotten, that one I had gotten the second time, came with a flight simulator, flight stick.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Got it on the real cheap. Of course, that was like many years later when I couldn't even install it. I thought I could, but yeah, I couldn't install it because newer system. And once it was partially installed, it started throwing errors, and the computer's like, nope, too old. Like, oh, I really love this game. I miss it. Of course, my favorite plane on there was always the Cessna, because that thing was easy to fly. Comparatively, because I believe that was the tutorial plane as well, the one where you'd go into the flight simulator classes, and they would teach you how to fly that. And that's what the game started you out with, was the Cessna. It was a single engine.
So was it a 140, 150,
Dude.
172, 180, 182? Was it Skyhawk? Was it?
You're the one that knows about planes. I have no freaking clue. All I know is this.
It wasn't a. Oh fuck! What was it? It's not a 210, I don't think, because I believe 210s are 2-inch. Then I can't remember what it's called. It's not a Sky Camper, maybe. I know there's a Pete and Pole Sky Camper, and that's not a Cessna. That's a Pete and Pole. But the reason I say that is because it's got a 2-engine configuration, I believe. I know one of them has a Polar and Pusher engine, and it's all wonky as shit and awesome, but it's wonky as shit.
I have no idea. All I know is it was the one with the single engine, and it was actually pretty easy to fly. had a throttle pull where you pulled a knob out.
Actually, you push the knob on some airplanes. It could have been different in that one, but normally you would push the knobs in for throttle.
I mean, maybe that was it too. I know there was a knob that you did something with on the console, and that was your throttle control.
Yeah, I know in the plane my dad has, it's a push. The further you push in, and ooh, ding dong, squirrel. The more throttle it gets.
I'm just going off of experience of the equipment I've ran that had a knob style like that, where you'd push in the center button and then you'd pull up. You'd pull the knob up that was connected to a rod, and that would idle it up.
Yep.
So you'd pull it out of the console. That's just all I know. But yeah, it was just a single engine. I don't know if it makes any difference where the wings were located. They were above the cabin.
Necessarily.
It's just like those.
1-engine, 2-engine, on top, on the bottom.
Yeah, the wing location was on top of the thing. Had those little bars.
Yeah, my guess is that
Wing
it would
supports.
be 150, probably, or 152. Something small.
Yeah.
Which
It's
all of
something.
those are. It's just different variations to a degree.
Yeah, and I imagine
Mildly larger.
that they chose that plane because it was easy to fly. It was super easy for new players to pick up on. Like, here's your throttle control. This is how you do this. This is how you take off. And it doesn't take, several actual hours to learn how to start the damn thing and get it going. To get it off the ground.
Yeah, anymore, like, those used to be the cheap airplanes. Anymore, they're fucking ludicrously expensive.
Well, highly desired.
No, they're just expensive. Yes and no on the highly desired. They're common, but expensive.
Because I know that's...
I-
if I could own a plane, I think I'd own one of them.
I'm not going to say that this is something that they are doing, but it is very hard to get parts from a specific company that we have not been mentioning for older planes from the company. Because they're trying to get older airplanes out of service. From a mechanic's perspective,
Yeah.
that is not something that is totally happening currently.
They're doing the same thing on vehicles too. There's actually quite a few of manufacturers that are doing it as well. They stopped manufacturing certain parts and stuff like that, so that either you have to go to a junkyard to get those parts, which is not what a normal person would do. That's not a mechanic or mechanically inclined, or has somebody that's mechanically inclined that they know. They're making vehicles so it's your vehicle breaks down, you can't acquire this, trade it in for a new one.
Oh, you mean like what certain tractor companies are doing now?
Tractor companies.
You have to take it to
Electronic.
the dealer to get anything fixed because it's locked behind a computer.
Oh, that a lot of those car manufacturers did that kind of crap too, with a lot of the electronics. A lot of the sensors and stuff. Some of the newer vehicles that should you have the sensor go out? It's a several $100 sensor. There's multiple sensors, not just one, but that can happen. But should this sensor go out, you cannot a regular mechanic shop, unless they've spent several $1,000s on a computer chip that's specifically for programming that sensor. You have to take it to a dealership, and even then, most mechanic shops are not going to have that because they don't usually sell it. It had to be through a third party in order for a shop that's not a dealer to have that kind of computer software for their scan tool. There's several $1,000 scan tool, like $8,000, $10,000 scan tool, on top of this super expensive key chip that you put in it that programs these very specific special sensors. So then you have to take it to the dealership.
You mean like 90s Fords?
Did they do that too? Look at hell.
They had keys that were on a chip that you would put into the little
No, that's every
thing
car.
on the scanner.
Yeah, that's every vehicle has those keys.
They used to. I don't know if they do still.
Yeah, all the big scan tools that you would get will have those keys. It's basically just a set of programmed bits into it, so you can do really cool stuff like you can reset the ECM and stuff like that without making the vehicle not run and having to reprogram everything. It could just the scan tool just reprogram it itself. It has all the info for those vehicles. That's usually within a range of certain amount of years for that specific
Yeah.
vehicle, or for that specific range of, like like if you had like a Chevy pickup like mine, that one key would be like 96 to like 2005 maybe, and then it would be Chevy GMC GM vehicles, and then pickup Suburban, and all through the range of SUVs, Yukon, and all that kind of crazy stuff. Because they all have the same sensors and very similar engines and engine ranges. So there's you don't have a huge box of keys. You have a few keys. And whatnot. It has all the VIN information and sensor setup so that the computer has something to reference when you're testing stuff. There's many uses for it. But no, these new ones, they're making it very specific so that it has to be brought to a dealer in order to get it surfaced.
Love it, don't you?
It's just so they can make tons of money. Because then if they got that, then they make way more, because there isn't shops that are making cheaper service, so you can go to a shop rather than a dealer to get it serviced. It's getting ridiculous, but there are counters. It's actually been happening for a few years now that companies have been doing that kind of stuff, but then you just give it a year or two, and there'll be third-party tools or third-party stuff that can take bolts apart. It's very specific special bolts. Because I know a few companies have tried that too. Oh, we'll just make our own bolts. Or make our own very specific sockets for these bolts that you can't get anywhere else, so you have to go through us, and then give it a year, and then there's third-party sockets and shit. Tool sets for those very specific ones. It's like, haha. It's basically just a fight between the vehicle manufacturers, their engineers that they hire, and mechanics. It's just a constant battle. And then, people don't understand, if they're not in these fields, they don't understand why the mechanics that work on this type of stuff, why they hate engineers and stuff like that. They don't understand why that is the thing. That's because engineers make it fucking harder to work on shit. It's like the old saying goes, we say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. An engineer says that if it ain't broke, it don't have enough features yet. And anymore, to work on simple things like changing an air filter, you gotta take half the engine apart in order to get to
it. If I remember right, there's some Ford Focuses out there where it's in the quarter panel.
Yeah, I could see it.
You have to take the headlight out.
Yeah.
To get to it.
Yeah, I was working on the reason I say that type of stuff is I was working on it was a 2014 Dodge diesel, big old heavy monster fucking dually pickup with a fifth wheel plate. This thing was a monster. I will not deny that. Mainly because this guy that owned this pickup, he had a ton of money. I mean, he owned a weld company, so it made sense. He made a lot of money. And this pickup it's got monster off-road mud tires, basically, that are rated for highway and stuff like that, but very chunky off-road tires, right? It's got all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, and he could engage the four-wheel drive from a stopping point, tune it to four-wheel drive, high torque, and then stomp on the gas and burn all 4 tires going down the highway. It was a monster fucking machine, man. I will not deny that, but man, that thing, he wanted me to change the air filter because he's just like, hey, I heard you went to school for mechanics and stuff. You think you could change the air filter and fuel filter on this thing? I was just like, yeah, sure, I probably figured it out. Oh, and it's 2014. I open up the hood and it looks like a damn spaceship. For one, there's freaking tinfoil
Oh,
covers. Yeah, it's got tinfoil covers and fucking electronics and wires going which direction, sensors, and it's just like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Where the hell is this air filter at? And I'm spent about a good hour looking for it, trying to figure it out. And he comes over and he's like, oh, it's over here. You got to take off this, 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 and this in order to get to it. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I thought it'd be as simple. Oh, here's the air box. Unclip the air box or take out the screws holding the air box top in, and then just change the air filter out. Nope. It turns a 5-minute job into a 20-minute job.
yeah, that's why I like my pickup.
Oh yeah, I like the old stuff too.
The airbox is right there on the side of the engine bay. And what's next to the airbox on the side of the motor? Oil filter. And on the opposite side of the motor, what's there? Fuel filter. It's all right there. It's all accessible from the top of the engine bay.
Yeah, that's definitely why I like the old vehicles. They're just so fucking simple.
And it's not like it's stupid about how it placed things. Nothing spills when you take it off. It's not like it comes off at some dumb angle.
Yeah.
No, the fuel filter sits in its own little tub that you unscrew it from. So you pull it out of the fuel, and then the oil just straight down. Although I do usually take the air filter box out, but oh boy, it's so hard. It's like out it comes and that's it. It's not a chore at all.
Man, this is taking a while, isn't it?
Well, we're not even halfway done.
Yeah, not even halfway done. It's like real life here.
There we go.
I'm glad the last time we played I grabbed a second soil compactor. Because after this, I believe we got to pour gravel.
Yeah, I think I saw something about that.
It's like, yeah, pour gravel and then compact it. So. The reason I grabbed this dump truck was because this one's a lot more controlled when it dumps out stuff. It's not quite as you tip the bed halfway back and you've already dumped out most of the load. It's got that gate on the back there. Keeps it from going too crazy. At this rate, this might be the only job we get done today.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But I'm fine with that, though, honestly. Actually, fine with that. Doing one job, because they are getting longer. Some of them have gotten pretty damn long, so. I've also been having a really good time with DSP lately. For those of you who don't know, that's Dyson Sphere program. Been having a good time. I had to go to a new system today. Probably won't give you too many spoilers since you're watching the series, but yeah, I had to go to a new system for something today.
Gotcha.
That was fun. Because it was light years away. So I think it was it's almost 3 light years away or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty far. Can't travel at normal speed. So I think my max speed is like 2,000 meters a second. But it definitely has also that Space Engineers vibe to it. Definitely a lot of fun. So, still getting through the series, or have you gave up? No?
I'm still working on it, just taking time.
Yeah. You skipped a few episodes?
I've skipped a couple to just see what's happening, but
I definitely would. Until you get to some of the more meat and potatoes of the game. I think it's definitely a fun game to play. Just wish the multiplayer would be a thing. There is a mod for multiplayer, but I'm just like, that's too complicated to set up. Even with their mod manager, because it requires quite a few other mods for it. It's just like, I don't know if I want to go through the effort, to be honest.
yeah.
Hopefully, though, they'll do a multiplayer update. There's not really a definite answer one way or the other. You just say it, basically just say it's a possibility. Which is like good though, because that's definitely a game worth having multiplayer on. That's a hell of a game to have fun with. Especially when they come out with the combat update, which brings in an enemy to the universes, or basically to the solar systems you're visiting. You can end up running into them. And the reason I like it so much is just because what they've showed is is one of my favorite things in games that have space in them. You know, space travel and stuff. Is if they have combat to be able to have like, you know, big space battles and stuff like that. You know, kind of like Star Wars in a way, which is kind of like what it is. I mean, they show like a whole bunch of ships trying to attack a planet, and the player, essentially the one, you know, controlling the mech, had completely covered a planet in guns, in massive guns, and then just weaponized the entire planet to fight against them. And I was like, that looks so fucking awesome. It's like I wanna do that.
Like, all right, this is my idea now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm stealing that. That's just from the footage that they've showed on the Steam page. Like, it just looks so cool. But that update ain't coming out until 2023 because they're one of those developers that they don't update very often because they do quality over quantity.
Yeah, the only thing that would be nice about little updates, hot fixes.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Yeah. When you just dropped a major update that you've been working on for many months, and then all of a sudden it's got bugs, so you're just like, okay, well,
Fix this. There we go.
yep. Yeah, it's definitely the game is definitely worth picking up though. Even if you are only going to play it for single player, just to try it out, because it's
Does it have a timed demo?
no, I don't think so.
That's one thing that you don't see anymore hardly is demos.
Yeah, well, that's just because at least as far as Steam goes, they have the old 2-hour rule.
Yeah.
Where you play the game for 2 hours and then you can return it. Doesn't always work for every game though. And DSP is not one of those games that works for, really. But I think it's worth it though, because it's, you know, the full price of the game is only $20. I mean, considering compared to a lot of other games that are much less quality with much higher price tag. As far as complexity, it's kind of on the level of, I would say, on the level of Factorio, but not quite that complex. It's like a little bit easier than a general Factorio game would go, but it's on that level of massive scale, essentially. Actually, it's on a big. It's even technically it's on a bigger scale than Factorio because you've got multiple planets and multiple systems. You don't have just one system with a few planets. You have that one system with a few planets that you start out in, but eventually you're going to run out of resources, so you have to go to another system, and then you go to that other system and start harvesting resources there. But it is also on the scale of you're talking for my average game. I only got one game. For my game, the main channel series that I got going, you know, I have hundreds of machines, and I have probably getting up to the triple digits in I don't know, maybe I'm like 50 or so production lines, like many production lines doing different things. They're not all different. Some of them do the same thing, but yeah, just many production lines, and it definitely grants you the freedom to build the way you want. So, you know, it's just like Factorio in the way of here's your machine, or here's a machine that you can construct stuff with. Here's your belt line and your inserters. This machine can do pretty much. It can do most of the recipes. It can't do every one of them, but it can do most of them. And then you figure out from there how many machines you want, what product you want to output, you know, stuff like that, and then you figure out how to get the resources to it so it can output that product. And then, you know, that recipe will go into another recipe, which will go into another recipe, which goes into another recipe and another recipe, you know, and on down the chain. And end up, you're more likely going to end up with a couple of planets that do production lines. But it does grant you that freedom that you can do whatever you want, pretty much. You can set up your own production lines the way you want to set them up. And most machines have many inputs on them, which is nice. So you can input where you want, in most cases. I know that the general machine that you use, the assembler, has inputs. It has 3 inputs on all 4 sides. So, you know, you can get the belts to it however you like, pretty much. Same with the smelter, the arc furnace, or whatever it's called. So it's pretty nice. I love that kind of freedom. You know, Satisfactory doesn't quite have that because there's generally 1 input and 1 output, or 2 inputs and 1 output, whatever it is. It's more limited in the 3D space. But also everything's on a more massive scale, so it's a lot more difficult to deal with, I suppose.
Yeah, I could see that.
But the Dyson Sphere program does have the blueprints, so you can set up blueprints. If you find a particular production line that you love building over and over again because it works really well, blueprint it, and then you can save the blueprint, and then you can just place that in the blueprint. And the little bots will build it for you. I do love that you do start out with building bots, rather than in, say, like in a Factorio where you got to place the stuff yourself for a while before you get logistics stuff for your personal suit. You start out with those, which is nice. So you can put stuff far away from you, and it'll build it. You don't have to go over there. Necessarily. I mean, in the beginning, you will have to be somewhat close, because having those drones go out and build does take energy. So if you're too far away, the longer they're out, the more energy they use. But after a while, I'm at a point now where I don't really have to worry about energy unless I'm traveling between planets. That's about the only time. Everywhere else, I don't have to worry about energy, because I have so much energy and I barely use any of it. Especially because I got very special fuel right now, which is nice. But yeah, I would say definitely pick it up and give it a shot. But I would say though that you're not going to be able to get the experience of the game within the 2 hours. Because where I'm at right now, I'm over 100 hours into the game. And I still have yet to finish it. But that's just also me starting out, not knowing what I'm doing and trying to figure it out as I go. But it's definitely a cool game. I'm definitely addicted, just like being addicted to Satisfactory. and the first time I played Factorio as well. It's one of those games that once you get hooked, you want to play it all the time. I don't know if it's still on sale. It was on sale for like $15 or something like that. Yeah, if you enjoy Satisfactory, you enjoy Factorio, playing each one of those games. They definitely have, because you know, you've got the massive scale of Factorio with the recipes and the way it builds and stuff like that. It's exactly like Factorio in that way. But you've unlike Factorio, you've got like Satisfactory of the 3D space. So you've got a completely 3D area, or completely 3D game. So, and then unlike either game, you have space travel and planets, and a very, very highly customizable difficulty as far as how the game goes. If you want to, you can straight up play in sandbox, creative mode. Just play stuff down.
That's cool.
So you can, if you want to, you can try it out. And just build whatever you want and figure it out from there. You can also, I think you can also build blueprints in creative mode. The cool thing about the blueprints is they carry over between saves. So if you have one blueprint that it was in one game, but you quit the game or you finish the game and you're starting a new game, you can just take those blueprints and they automatically transfer to the new save. Same with the research as well. The research is really cool, a really nice way of doing it. So when you research, you get certain points when you do research and building of the research. You get certain points towards your towards those research, different amounts of research, and then in a new game, it's called metadata. In a new game, you can use those points in the new game to unlock researches, or to unlock researches right away, without having to build the research and then research it. Because just like Factorio, there's quote-unquote science packs. In this game, it's cubes, of course. It's science cubes, different colors of science cubes that research different things. So with that metadata, instead of having to build the cube, put the cube into a research lab, and then research it towards a particular type of research that you want, if you have enough metadata, you can just unlock the research automatically without having to put any effort into it. So, which is really cool, and that carries over between saves as well, because it's metadata which is saved. There's a lot of really cool stuff in that game, and they even have machine stacking. So if you are particularly tight on space and you have the research unlocked in order to stack machines, you can stack machines and put belts. The belts can go up in the air, they don't have to be flat on the ground. You can put belts directly on top of each other, one layer up, and then have inserters come off of that into stacked machines, and you do all kinds of cool stuff, as well as certain machines that stack, like the research lab. If you're building a particular research pack or research cube or whatever, if you stack two of those on top of each other, they both will do the same thing, and you only have to input in the bottom. So it transfers upwards. Same with storage as well. So if you want to store a lot of things, you can stack a bunch of storage crates on top of each other. And once the bottom one is full, it'll start transferring upwards, up the crates. You can stack them pretty fucking high, too. I've seen some pictures of some people stacking machines and stuff like that when you're like 10 machines high. It's just like, holy crap, dude. That's insane. What the hell? Yeah, they did a really good job on it, and they're still continuing to work on it, so. Oh, and that's what I else wanted to say about the customized difficulty. You can also play like a normal game, but if you don't want to deplete resources, you can turn them on infinite. Just like Factorio could. Also had those same settings. Which is like, I don't want to have to go far for my resources, so I'll just turn it on infinite. Or you can turn it up super high or super low if you want a game where you want to force yourself to visit other planets extremely early on. Set it to low as well. Of course, for me playing my first time through, I just left everything at normal. I was just like, I'm not gonna touch any of the settings. I'm just gonna leave it go, play a normal game. We'll see what goes. And like I said, I'm 100 and some odd hours into the first game, and I'm still not finished with the game yet. I still have a lot to go, but of course that also has to do with being a first-time player and trying to not spoil myself on the internet by looking up how to do stuff, just trying to figure it out as I go. And without doing any kind of, sandbox mode where I place machines that I wouldn't normally have access to and stuff like that. Just because I wanted it to be a genuine first experience on YouTube, so. And I wasn't even alerted to the game until somebody was watching me play Satisfactory, and it's like, hey, have you played this game? And I was like, no, not really. I haven't even heard of it.
Like, no, what's that?
Exactly. Then after a little while, they're just like, hey, I'm gonna send you a friend request on Steam and Discord, and I'm gonna send you something, and they sent me the game through Steam. Just like, oh, cool. And I love it. Definitely a top 5 game pick for me. Plus, I was also thinking about it too. A little bit after I got that game and was playing it, is just like, my channel name goes really well with these factory games. It goes together. It really does work. Even though I do, there is times where I do want to play other games other than just factory games. I am addicted to factory games. A lot of good fun. But that's not the only thing I'm going to play, though, because I don't want to be... again, we've talked about this before. Being stuck. Once you hit a particular niche, you can't, and you grow a particular amount of audience, you can't go outside that niche. Really.
Yeah, because there's some people who, they play a lot of games, but their niche is indie games, or certain types of indie games.
Yeah.
Or they have like 4 different games that they play, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't want to be stuck in that, or having to try and find time to play games I want to play that I can't, put on YouTube, because, well, that would just split up the community or whatever. Or people would just stop watching because I'm playing something else. That type of stuff. So I'm just like, I'll just start out doing different types of games. And whoever watches is whoever watches. Kind of like...
because there's one person on YouTube I know, and literally all they play is Farming Simulator. That's it.
Damn. They must
That
be
is literally all they do.
they must be really enjoying that because I could not that much.
I would assume they enjoy it, or else I don't know what they would do. It's like, if you're not enjoying this, what the fuck, you poor bastard.
Yeah, you have fell into a niche that you were stuck in and cannot get out of. uh, so yeah, my niche I have picked out is gaming in general, video gaming in general. Just play everything, play this, play that. A few different series going on. So if you don't like the main series, or you don't like the series that happens on the weekends, those two series, you can watch the main series. You can watch whatever you like. Do quite a few different things. Admittedly, I have overloaded myself sometimes. Where it's just like I do the 4 main series, and then I want to play this game too, so I play this game, and then I'm out of time for other stuff, and I have to make up for it. And I also have a feeling too that once I do get a proper editor and stuff like that, and I start making better quality videos, I'll have less time to be doing other things. So I will only be able to do maybe 2 different series at one time, and that'll be all the time I would have. Because of render times and all that. Plus, the time to actually edit videos. And it's like the time that I have edited, which was very small, editing videos and stuff like that, post editing. It's not worked out great for me, as time wise anyway. It's just like, oh, I cut out this small section of the video. Well, it's gonna take me like 2 to 3 hours to render it back out, or to render it out, and just because I decided I didn't want that section of video, so that's why I like OBS, because I can just fix it. I can just fix it right then and there. I don't have to worry about that. But of course, if I ever got a good enough computer to stream, I'd probably stream instead. And then just have what a lot of streamers have, which is, they have either a second channel or a bunch of playlists where you could watch those streams that weren't live. But I will say one good thing about YouTube: the lives tab is definitely a really awesome idea. The new lives tab they added, because when you do a stream, even after once the stream is over, it gets put into the lives tab. Because it used to be a lot of people would they'd either have a playlist or a secondary channel for live streams, so that people could watch the live streams after they were, live. But now there's the lives tab, which gets put into there, and it's pretty nice. But yeah, I kind of treat all my videos. Oh my.
Bye.
The fuck?
You missed your load there. Yeah, you had a little bit of spillage.
The whole fucking dump truck tipped over for no reason.
It exploded.
Yes, it did. I can't even get to it now because there's this huge mound in the way. I'm just gonna dump this over here. I'm just gonna go dump it into the water. fuck's sakes, man. But anyway, yeah. if I had a decent enough computer to actually live stream, I'd probably live stream, and I'd definitely live stream to YouTube at least. And then as I got better and better equipment, then I'd be able to stream to multiple places at once. Of course, that's even harder to do. I'd probably live stream to both YouTube and Rumble at the same time. That's the goal. That's the long-term goal, years and years from now.
I have lost the ability to dig over here, it seems. Let's try this.
Hmm.
Yep, that still works.
This has been a long one, this digging here. And I'll also say for this game, once they get some fixes done to it. Well, you know, I've gotten my fill out of this game, I would say. It definitely had some fixes.
It's
to be
been
made.
too buggy for me to say that. Yes, I've played a lot of it, but it's been so buggy 90% of the time.
Yeah.
It's like shit doesn't work. There's
Yeah.
god-awful desync in multiplayer.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just better because the host is.
Yeah, it was released in a state where multiplayer was functional at best.
Yeah. Definitely agree. Maybe for if you're doing single player, maybe it's more worth it.
I think if you also had LAN parties with it, which who the fuck does that anymore?
Yeah, well, fuck.
Who the fuck knows what that is anymore?
Exactly.
That's the real question.
Oh my gosh, man. There was a
Yeah, I
time.
think that would be the only way this would really play nice, because we have the same internet company. We're within like a fucking mile of each other by the way the crow flies, you know.
Mm-hmm. And we still can't get.
Yet
Oh.
I have a quarter second's worth of lag.
Just one of them things. But I would say though, for the fun I've gotten out of this game, for the most part, other than the
I
bugs.
mean,
of
I've
course.
got 58 hours on it as of right now. Which
But
is, you know, a decent amount for, you know, just playing a game. Because this isn't the main game I play.
yeah. Well, we also only play it every Monday, so there's also that.
No, come back within reach.
I am. I just getting off of that pile there. Wait, we can dig there. Because where the dump truck was positioned, I couldn't dump into it. Oh yeah, I think what's happening is we keep we keep overfilling it, so all the dirt ends up underneath, all the excess dirt ends up underneath it, and then when you get into it, the physics turn back on.
Well, shit, it's like, you were in it when I filled it. How much did it fill the truck? With a full bucket from the excavator?
I think it fills it like over half. I mean,
Alright,
you've got like that huge bucket capacity.
So yeah, it's just under full. But that first bucket may have been a little empty, you know. So it's like, between you and me filling it, there needs to be somebody who can constantly empty it.
Yep. Because it's like you fill it, I fill it, it's full. You fill it, I fill it, it's full. One bucket each. Oh, but it's just so funny though that the physics are turned off when you're not in the vehicle.
It's fucking dumb.
It is, yeah. But it's hilarious for when crazy shit happens.
It's like, I like breaking the game and making it go to the moon, but I like breaking it on my own. Not because the game's just fucking it up.
Yeah.
Now, could I develop a game and make it stable like this is? Fuck no.
Yeah, but you don't have to be a developer to critique a game. I am not a fan of that opinion. Where it's just like, in order to critique something and offer solution, a possible solution that might make sense, yeah, you have to all of a sudden be a developer. You
Well,
have
at
to
the
know
same
that
time, you
you have.
could use the thing like me and you. Mechanics. Oh, you have to be an engineer to critique the way a car is created. No, fuck you. I take it apart, I put it together. There are better ways this could have been done.
Oh yeah, much better ways.
Some engineers just being spiteful because some mechanic banged his wife.
Oh man, can you give me a push or a pull or? With the bucket.
Yeah.
Come on. drift back out. So close. I'm slightly moving.
Yeah. Come on.
Eh.
Fuck out of there.
So close too. At least this one's rear-wheel drive. You can see the rear tires spinning. There. But yeah, that is the opinion of some people. Just they're just like, oh, yeah, do you develop games? Or you know, that kind of stuff. When you have a certain opinion. But that's why I always put into you if I'm talking about that type of stuff. It's like, I'm not a developer, but I think this could work. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, that kind of stuff. I can still critique it. So, yeah.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the main reason mechanics, between mechanics and engineers, I think the main reason the way engineers design stuff is so bad, is because the way they design stuff is, or the way they engineer stuff, whatever, however you want to say it, is done on paper first, and then it's built by machine. So
It's done backwards.
yeah, it's
They build it from the ground up, and then it's taken apart reverse.
It's just it's the thing of, it looks good on paper, so let's do it, and then not take in any feedback from there. Like, make a few concepts, send a few concepts out, talk to some 40 year in his career mechanic to work on this vehicle, what their get some opinions and stuff like that, what they would change or what they would do, and then go from there. It's just they engineer it, and it sucks to work on, but they either don't know or don't care, and then it sucks for the mechanic after that. And it's just there's no two-way there, no any kind of communication. I'm not going to say which Department of Transportation. I'm just going to say DOT, because Department of Transportation is the entire U.S. So no information there which specific Department of Transportation, but
it's Hawaii. We all know it's Hawaii.
Yeah, it's Hawaii. Hell yeah. I don't think I'd ever want to live there.
I've never been, so I can't say whether I think it would be a good place or not to be.
From some of the things I've heard, it might be one of those locations where it's definitely a great place to vacation and visit, but you wouldn't want to live there. That type of stuff.
Is it the tourists that ruin it, though?
I'd just be afraid of the volcanoes.
Oh.
Not only that, the tropical storms that you constantly get, hurricanes. It just seems like, there's a whole lot of shit that can destroy your destroy your stuff very easily.
What insurance is for?
Well, yeah, but that's not going to help if you don't have a house because your entire area was absolutely and utterly destroyed. So now you're homeless. Sure, you have insurance, but you don't have the house doesn't just appear out of thin air. Maybe they'll set you up at a nice hotel on another island or something.
Yeah, that part I'm not sure on how it works.
I have no idea.
But that's like no difference than having a hurricane or something like that wreck your home.
Oh yeah.
It wipes out the entire area, so.
Yep. Well, at least you can all suffer together, right?
Oh, I'm getting low on fuel.
Interesting. Oh, there's another excavator, so that one runs low.
Oh, it's almost out. It gave me the warning light, and it told me what the warning light is about.
Huh, that's cool.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I haven't either because it's usually we don't work this long with one machine. But yeah, with the Department of Transportation, we also had engineers that would design equipment. The equipment that would go into some other equipment and stuff like that, like dump trucks and just certain equipment that we'd always say, yeah, it looks good on paper, but it doesn't work. And when we'd have meetings about new equipment that's coming out that the engineers just designed or whatever, and we'd look at it and go, that's not going to work. And they go, why? It's just like, because it looks good on paper, but when if you put that into practice, that's going to make our job so much more painful. Like, it's not helping at all. We might as well do it by hand, that type of thing. And it'd be less painful to do it by hand than use this piece of equipment. And there's just no communication between the equipment operators and the equipment engineers. Because, obviously, they don't talk to us, poor, low-class engineer, equipment operators. The engineers are, super highly paid and all that stuff. Dang it, you filled my bucket.
I know.
So then I dumped it all over the crap. Yeah, it's just like, man. At least that's how you see it when you're on the bottom of the totem pole, pretty much. Like, yeah, you may think, oh, equipment operator, you're operating all these heavy equipment machines and stuff like that. You must be pretty well paid. No, actually, at least as far as Department of Transportation goes, equipment operator, you were the low man on the totem pole. You were at the bottom. Just above maybe a janitor. You do all the hard labor, you operate all the machines, you do all the jobs that you're told to do. And if you try to go beyond that, you could end up getting yourself in trouble sometimes. Which was always funny because they were always teaching, or in all the meetings and stuff, you'd be like, it'd be like, hey, we want you guys to think for yourselves. We want you guys to have, what's it called? It's initiative. That's it. And fix stuff for yourself and stuff like that, and do jobs that need to be done. But as soon as you go to do that, you get in trouble.
Yeah.
But of course, that's what most jobs, I think, though. Not just that one. There's a lot of jobs that do that same thing. And I don't know why. Because it's just like, who are you lying to? They're going to be there for, more than likely, they're going to be there for years. So they're going to figure out you're lying really quickly. Oops. These are not off the construction site. It's like me, if the job's going to be shitty and stuff like that, and how it is, I like to be told. I don't want to,
This job's gonna suck. Just a heads up.
and if like I appreciate the honesty. I'm still going to do it, I'm still going to do the job and whatnot, but I appreciate the honesty. It's just most of the time it's the whole pissing on you and telling you it's raining type of situation. It's like don't fucking do this shit, man.
That's what happened where I worked.
I mean, with Department of Transportation, at least it's not as bad. It's just the only time it gets bad like that is when you got the real high ups around you, and stuff like that, or you're in meetings and you're in a meeting or some kind of training or something like that. That's the only time you'll encounter it, really. Just lucky. Oops. Got this thing yelling at me. Note, bulk materials can only be unloaded in construction sites, and it's just like, I know, I'm trying to get to it.
Yes, yes. That's
because
very true.
because when you fill, it always overfills the dump truck slightly. So it thought I was trying to dump the material out on the road. So it's giving me a warning.
Getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Send you to the moon. Yeah. Come on.
And they got the sounds correct on that door.
Yeah.
Yeah, always banging around. It's unlatched. That sound is actually pretty genuine. Because it's just you'd be driving along trying to dump something really slowly, and you would push the throttle a little too hard or whatever, the door would move forward or move backwards or whatever, and it just bang into itself. Just bang, bang. Fucking hell, man.
While you're working on that,
Yeah.
I'm going to be back in a moment.
Alright. I'll just be here spreading my gravel all over the place. Just having a good time. Nice and slow, nice and easy. It seems to have a position where it opens up the door too far. Right there. She's going to take a while. They're drifting that corner. Like the door flopped open like that. Pretty nice detail. So I'm dumping rocks out the cylinder there in front. We're spreading the gravel. It's like the perfect spot. A little bit tall there. That's alright though. Let's get it right up next to that wall there. Okay. $69, nice. Almost there. I think I spread this a little bit thin over here. There we go. Yeah, I just needed to be a little bit thicker, I think. So close. Yeah, fuck it. There we go. Okay, now we just gotta compact it. Whoops. Sorry, I've been drinking a little bit of the Kool-Aid.
I surely haven't been.
Forgot to unmute the mic when I unpaused. Alright, gonna have to pull out both rollers for this one. It's a pretty big area to compress. There we go. Controllers keep wanting to go left. Like, no! Stay straight! Need a straight line. There she goes. It's not in full screen mode there. Still had me taskbar at the bottom. actually kind of relaxing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been on a roller before, but it's if you were extremely tired and fell asleep in one of them, it'd probably be pretty comfortable. Especially an air-conditioned one. These, especially with the compactor going. Vibrating away. I'd probably definitely pass out. Just like there's been a few times where we were like out snow plowing or something like that, and I get my rounds done for a little while, and the snow kind of let up for a little while, to where I didn't need to plow really. Just find a place to pull off and just leave the vehicle running to keep the heat on. Set my alarm for like 30 minutes, whatever, and take a small little snooze. Actually,
Yeah, I would be afraid to do that because when I fall asleep, I am out. It's like be found on the side of the road at like 8 in the morning. What the fuck have you been doing?
you probably, I don't know if you'd be able to stay asleep very long, because the radios inside those trucks, CB radios, are extremely loud when you have the radio plugged in, because you have to. That's one of the things about snow plowing. You have to have your radio in the truck. Materials dealer. There you are. Okay, everything should be at the job site. Oh, we have a flat top crane. Let's do it. Very nice. One cable drum, a pallet of wood, one of those rebar mesh thingies. Remember the cable drums in 2015? How they'd roll around inside the truck.
Something that's nice that they fixed. 'Cause
Yeah. And it makes sense as well, because that's how you transport it, inside of on a pallet inside of like a little cage or whatever. That makes sense. Keep it from rolling around. Either that or transport it flat on on one of the faces, which I've also seen.
What is it you're grabbing?
I'll grab the rebar mesh. It's clear over here. Pallet wood's kind of mixed in.
Yeah. Smidge a bit.
Just a smidge of it mixed in.
So I bought some more lemonade today, but
instead of the normal 70 octane, this stuff's 100 octane.
What?
Don't
Lemon
know why.
octane lemonade?
Yeah. Hey, like, I think your lemonade's probably around about like 60, 65 octane.
Octane.
Yeah, yeah.
Alrighty. Oh, now here comes the big.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Let me get them real quick. Warehouse. Warehouse. Boop boop. Goods issue. Construction site. Accept. Alright, there's our concrete buckets. If you want me to, I can bring you yours.
I'm grabbing one of them.
Okay. That's a pretty big pour area. I mean, it makes sense though. This is the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of concrete. Foundation for a hotel, even. I wonder if they'll have any.
Hotel made out of containers.
Yeah, I actually would like to stay in one of those. I think that would be neat. Stay inside of a container for a few nights. I actually seen how somebody built that. They actually built a. I don't know what show it is. It was a long time ago, but there's this show that's like budget housing, where they take the budget of the person, and the person tells them what they want out of a house, and then they build the house. Yeah, it has something to do with budget housing. Like you would take, they do a lot of repurposing for stuff or reusing
Yeah.
stuff like that. Reusing of construction materials that are already been used but have been extracted from other places or whatever. Sell it on the cheap. Yeah, this one person built an entire house, or had an entire house built out of containers. It's actually really cool too. They even had a storm shelter built out of a container because they were in an area that receives tornadoes. So they had a storm shelter. They also had a basement for all their electronics. They did a solar panel. This was an off-the-grid house. So they did a solar panel roof, which was
Gotcha.
actually pretty ideal because, well, a lot of roof space with the containers, which is really nice. It looked really good too. I think the main thing that costed them the most wasn't getting the used containers. It was the concrete pour for the pillars and foundation. They did foundation and then they did pillars to hold up because it was a multi-story house. Containers stacked on top of each other. So they had to use concrete pillars to hold it together. It's pretty cool though. It's like, man, I would like that. You know, if somebody said, here's a house, this is where you live now, I'd be like, I'd be glad. I'd be like, that's cool. It looks really cool. Something you don't expect. You think of a house. Yeah, that's what it was. It was budget off the grid, I think it was. Um, it was a budget house that you would build off the grid. I think most of the time they built like log cabins and such. course, as I learned a long time ago, the one thing you never want to do when you build a log cabin is to use. You don't want to use the trees around you immediately. You don't want to use greenwood. Greenwood, as they call it. Greenwood just means it's alive still, technically. Even if you chop,
dried out.
yeah. Even if you chop a tree down, it actually does stay alive for quite a while. It slowly dies, but yeah. So what'll happen is, if you actually were to chop down a tree, cut it into boards immediately afterwards, and then set that board on a flat surface, and just let it dry in the sun, it would warp. And that's just the natural things, because as the water leaves the wood, it dries the fibers out, which is what you would normally have wood do, which would be dry wood. But it just warps naturally. So if you're trying to build a log cabin out of trees and you cut down a bunch of trees and build your log cabin's going to fall apart. As those logs dry, they're going to twist, they're going to warp, they're going to bend, and or break.
Then you cut them.
Yep. So what a lot of people do is they'll roughly cut their boards that they're going to use. When they cut down a tree, they'll rough cut it, and then they'll put like 1-bys in between, and then store it inside of an area where it can dry out. But you can't dry it out too quickly either. So the quicker it dries, the more it warps. So you have a curing process basically. And they say the best times, or the average times for most trees, it depends on the wood as well, but for most trees is anywhere between 4 to 6 months normally. Some woods can take up to a year to 2 years to fully cure before they're ready to be used as boards. But you're looking at the very least, you're looking at several months. So if you're wanting to build a house right now, you're kind of screwed. I mean, unless you want to build...
Finding the wood to begin with is going to be the issue.
You can't just go chop down trees and build a house out of it. Doesn't quite work that way.
The other thing I've noticed talking with people is getting anything. Like this guy, he's a carpenter, a contractor. He does, everything besides just wood. He does bathrooms, kitchens, general around the house renovating. So he's kind of a
pretty handy.
Yeah.
Very good handyman.
Job. And these people are like, "Hey, we want you to redo our bathroom. How much is it going to cost?" He said, "Well, I can't get the parts right now. I can give you a quote for what it would cost today, but when I get the parts and all the wood, all the lumber, all this, like everything, it could be different. It could be way higher. It could be way less. So how about you just get on my wait list, and when it's your time, I'll ask you." But still, at that point, it's like, if you have him do it, still gonna have to wait for the materials. Because they're not gonna be like, "Okay, we ordered this and it was this much at this point," because by the time they get it, nothing. I mean, he was having trouble getting bathtubs. There was like a 4-month wait out on bathtubs alone.
Yeah, bathtubs anymore, they're just like fiberglass.
And these ones were. They were nice, decent quality fiberglass bathtubs.
Oh.
Like they were supposed to be resistant to staining from like hard water and whatnot. So but yeah, when you have to go like 150 miles to get shit from a store because you can't get it locally,
Be very expensive.
yeah, that's the big deal. Is it costs a lot of money. Taking rebar mesh.
Okay. Whew. I should also mention too the curing process of a tree. If you when you do it the way I said that you would do it, you cut it up roughly into the boards you're gonna make, roughly to the thickness.
Mm-hmm.
When you do that, that actually speeds up the curing time. So because it's able to get the moisture out quicker.
Yeah, the thinner
Possess.
the concrete you pour, the faster it cures. The thicker, the longer it cures. So
Yeah. So if you have a whole
thicker wood, it
tree,
takes longer to penetrate.
yeah. So if you have a whole tree and you haven't cut it or anything like that, it's just been cut down, you're looking at years, years and years of curing time, because it can only go out the two ends. Or if it has like branches and stuff, the moisture can only escape out those. Really. So if you cut it into slabs essentially and then separate the slabs out, then the moisture can get out a lot faster. Basically, the thinner, the faster it is. But also
It takes
the
more concrete.
yes.
But yeah. Also,
But also the thinner, the the more likely it is to warp and crack. So,
oh great.
so
Is it? Yeah, it's this one.
you gotta move. Oh, you
I'm just
move.
gonna.
Yeah, just gotta move your hook. Your hook's in the way. All right, now we're pulling or pouring walls. Fun.
Yep, I'm going to grab the bucket I dropped off all the way over here.
Yeah, I put mine relatively easy to get to. So hard to pour.
Uh, one bucket. This will be bucket number 2. Just into the corner
Yeah, it's pretty thick here as well.
with like 3 C's.
Yep. It's very awesome that you can't waste concrete.
Yeah, that's nice.
Glad they carried that over. It's such a small area.
I'll take a coffee break. Get some light up in this thing. Lots of light up in this thing.
Yeah, my eyeballs.
They exploded.
Yeah, I had gotten adjusted to the nighttime. Almost got this one room poured. Been just working on this one little set of walls here. And I got a pillar in the middle here.
Oh, I'm avoiding those things like the plague.
Yeah, pour them sooner or later.
I mean, if I'm too busy, I might not.
See,
If you get done before I do.
oh my gosh, this one pillar. It's because my controller keeps going left, so I'm having a hard time keeping it in place. Come on. Come on. Oh, that might be a way of doing it. Hold on. Let me test this.
Once you see it splashing at the top, like it is now, you see the splashing at the top.
I found
That's the only way I've noticed where it will fill.
I found another way as well. Just set the tip of where it's coming out. Just set that on the edge of the pillar, and it fills.
Just the tip?
Just the tip. Exactly.
Alright, you can finish off that. I'll start on this one over here.
This is like that worked pretty well because it keeps it from swaying as well as it pours directly from out of the little chute to right into the pillar. Just like, oh, that's cool. Just like set it on it. Wonder how long this would take to cure these walls. A week?
I would think at least. These are awful tall walls, though, too.
They're very, very tall.
And normally they stack them when they're still wet, but they have supports that they put up. Because they shield them with this stuff, and then they put supports on the inside and between them until the floors are dry, then they remove the supports.
My controller is thwarting my plan. I'm trying. The controller is making this rather difficult. There you go. That pillar's poured finally. As soon as I get it into place where it starts pouring, my controller decides the contacts are going left, so. It's like, no, stop. I had it in place.
Realized why I can't go to the left. My boom was low. I was hitting something.
Ah.
What works for you don't work for me.
No idea. It works sometimes. It's weird too, because sometimes you can fill it from the side.
There it went.
All right.
I'll get the cable.
Had to take a second there. I was my ears started itching all of a sudden, which meant I had to move my headset, which meant loud noises.
I'll grab a pallet of wood, I guess.
Smooch. Just, smashing around several $1,000s worth of concrete and concrete elements.
Shackles and cables and
Yeah.
booms.
Yep. Oh, do you already got one?
No. I
Oh.
grabbed the concrete bucket because I have
Okay.
a feeling we're gonna have to be pouring more concrete.
I was just curious because I was like, I grabbed one just as I heard the noise that you grabbed something. So I was just like, oh, maybe he grabbed one.
Nope.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pouring of concrete, but we're also going to have to go get more containers too. Or do more container stuff. Oh, never mind. We're not pouring concrete. Not yet.
Well, shit.
Ceiling material. That was a lot for those couple little piles that we put over there. That's a lot more. 19 pieces. That's a lot of pieces. This will be one of our biggest projects yet, I think. Careful there.
I mean, it's just under 10 apiece.
That's the ones that are highlighted, the lighter blue.
Yeah, I'm not sure which ones those are necessarily that are right in the middle there. Oh.
Hmm.
Hitting each other.
Oh, I can't even see you.
There we go.
Oh, now I can see you. You see your boom. This is like me last there that last time. Or that one where we were working on that factory. It's just like, man, why can't I move this direction? What the hell? And then I zoom the camera out, and the end of the boom is hitting the bottom side of the flat top crane. I had it extended up that high. It's
Yep.
like, that's insane.
Like, you're hitting me. You're hitting me. You're hitting me.
Gotta say, this is a lot of roof.
Yep. That one goes all the way over here where I'm at.
Ah, the two long pieces go all the way on the other end then.
Yep, you're on me.
Just
I
dragging my
Get out of the
cable
way.
across your shaft there. it's so terrible.
Alright, I got one of these, and I have no idea where it goes. Over
It
here.
could, yeah. I got the last piece. Wonder why we're only building part of a roof. It's curious. Right, pour the concrete. Eventually we'll have to put in elevator shafts too. I've seen a bunch of them.
No. Strictly stairs. Fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going into a multi-story hotel that has containers, and that's mostly built out of containers, yeah, you should probably use the stairs. I mean, me, I try to use the stairs wherever possible. It depends, though, as well. If I have to go up many stories, like 10 flights of stairs, I think I'm gonna take the elevator.
Yeah, I used to live in apartments, and
Yeah,
it was 3 stories. That's all it was.
I remember those.
And I lived on the 3rd floor.
Yeah.
I went up the stairs because the elevator was in the middle of the building, the stairs were on the outside, and my apartment was on the outside side, so...
Yeah. Unless you'd avoid the old ladies.
They weren't bad. They made cookies. Free cookies.
I do remember
I
that.
mean-
They were sitting outside doing a puzzle out in the
Yeah.
hallway or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
I just remember thinking how much it's just like, man, that place sounds like it sucks.
It really wasn't bad.
Just from what
The
you...
other apartments were, because that's where all the college kids would go, so you'd constantly have ruckus and loud people in the dorm, or in the apartment building next to you, because the, walls were paper thin.
Yeah. But having the climate control in somebody else's hands does not sound fun.
No, it wasn't. I'm sure it was to a degree, but I picked the temperature I wanted in my apartment.
Oh.
Maybe in the other one, but in mine I had a choice. But I was in the one that was built in like the 40s.
I thought it
The
was...
other one was built in like the 80s.
I thought it was one of those ones where the entire building gets controlled from a central point.
Not that one. I'm sure there would have been a revolt of old ladies.
Yeah, all season around too, because it'd be like, it's too hot in here, it's too cold in here, it's too...
That's probably why.
Yeah, that's just how they are, though. I actually learned something quite a long time ago about that, about why that kind of stuff happens as you get older, especially being cold. Just because as you get older, your body loses the ability to keep itself warm.
Blood flow restrictions.
You have blood flow restrictions, all that stuff. Core temperature is lower, so when a normal person is in a 70, 75 degree room and thinking, yeah, this is pretty nice, the old person's freezing because their body temperature is much lower. Well, not much lower,
Yeah.
but the core temperature is lower and they can't warm themselves up, so they has to turn on the heat.
Mine's like 69, 70 degrees. That's where I'm at.
And we live in a trailer house, and currently the heater wants to run all the time.
Makes sense for it.
Yeah, it's because the air it pulls in, there's a hole in one of the vents leading to the outside, and it's pulling in that colder air, so it's turning on the heater. So it turns on the heater and runs it more because it's pulling in cold air past the temperature. The temperature deals. I gotta play stairs. Fancy concrete stairs, even. Oh, this is tough. Oh, okay. That wasn't that tough. That'd be a little more tough than that.
You know the epoxy coat that you put on like garage floors or concrete floor?
Yeah.
This reminded me, just picking this up, place I used to work, they epoxy coated the floor, and they had a bunch left over.
Yeah.
So we kept it, and then it's like, hey, we just made a staircase to go upstairs. Do we want to paint that? No, we should. Do we have any paint? Not really. Well, we got the epoxy coat for the concrete floor. So
There you go.
we epoxy coated the staircase.
And it works, and it's easy to clean as well. I just remember seeing somebody do their garage once. They had a real fancy one, had gold flakes in it. It was they wanted to look like black granite or something like that.
Gotcha, yeah.
Actually, looked really nice when they got done with it. Yeah. Just remember watching it. It was somebody we knew in a fancy area. One of their neighbors doing that.
Okay, there's several people I know that would do that.
It wasn't around here. This was in Colorado.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, the guy who runs the bus barn, he's a hot rodder at heart, basically. So he does a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, if I had like a hot rod shop or something like that, I would definitely go with the old black and white tile, checkerboard tile, and then I would put a
Coat over the top of it.
Yeah, put a clear coat over the top of it, so it's easy to clean.
And in case some idiot drops a flywheel, it doesn't break the tile.
Yep. So I've heard some people doing wood as well. They'll put a coat over a clear coat, epoxy over the top of that. Looks really nice too.
Yeah, so bringing that up, the bowling alley, you know, how it got turned into storage units and sold a long time ago.
Yeah.
The guy pulled up all the floor, all those bowling alleys.
Uh-huh.
They were like 800 pounds a slab, and they were not big slabs.
No. That shit,
They were like 10 inches thick, and like 2 inches almost looked like it was just straight epoxy.
Yep.
They were huge.
They have to be as well, because some people throw their bowling balls quite high into the air before it lands on the lane. And to keep it from warping the floor, making it so that the ball doesn't roll straight.
Yeah.
Of course, they had warped alleys anyway. I do remember that. Didn't matter. There were certain lanes that didn't matter how you threw it. It always went to one side of the lane. You would throw it left, and it would roll down the lane toward the left side, and then it would roll back right before it got to the end. Every time, don't matter.
Never said it was high quality.
Nope. And wasn't it shut down because they couldn't fix the roof? Like it was too expensive to fix the roof.
It could have been, but
I just remember hearing
there weren't enough customers. The roof was probably gone.
Yeah, they said the roof was incredibly warped and damaged. It would cost a ton of money to end up fixing it.
Yeah, I could see that, and you know, there just wasn't enough people in town to go there on a constant enough basis to warrant the bowling alley.
Yeah, of course we would have had a nice bowling alley quite a few years ago, but they wanted to raise taxes really, really high for several years.
It was gonna be like a decade at least. They were gonna raise it.
Yeah, and
another 2%.
And people overwhelmingly fucking voted no on that shit.
It was the highest voter turnout we had ever had.
Yeah.
and the overwhelming majority said no, and all the people who were for it got voted out of office.
I was just the same thing with the stupid highway one. I was just like, oh yeah, we're gonna raise taxes here for this many years, and it's just like, yeah, but that project would not take that many years. For one.
Oh, but you know, it's just to pay it off over that many years. It's like,
And for two, yeah, the amount of money they would have made would have been it would have exceeded way past what it would have costed to do all them roads.
I mean, some of the businesses in town already raised their taxes to that 2% increase because they're newer businesses. And they're like, hey, city, we would appreciate it if you would run the electrical and sewer out to our buildings because we're expanding into places you haven't run it yet. And, you know, we're going to be a business in your area, bringing in income. Would you spend the couple $100,000 or whatever it would be to run sewer and electrical?
Yep.
No. Fuck you.
Nope.
So they had to run it themselves, and then taxes were, to pay for that, were increased by 2%. And it's probably going to stay that way forever because they're going to make that 2% on top once they've paid it off.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's legal, but fuck it, they don't care around here.
Yeah, where we live, it's very anti-business, anti-consumer, anti-competition, especially.
Oh, yes, anti-competition. Holy
Yep.
shit, have they run people out of town if they wanted to open up a competing business?
Yep.
It's like, oh, I'm in the office and I have a part in that, and that's going to compete with me. We can't do that.
Yep. Either they're gonna make you running that business extremely expensive, and your life a living hell, or you're just gonna have to leave.
Well, there was a group of people in town who were going to buy a building, fix it up, and turn it into a microbrewery. And the city ho-hummed about it so long.
That one's full, by the way.
that
I
when they
tried filling it
finally-
as well.
Yeah, it's like when they finally said, yeah, we'll help you out, they're like, oh, we already spent that money elsewhere. We invested in some other thing and we're out of town. That building's literally just storage like it had been.
And that column's full. I tried to fill it too earlier, and it would not fill anymore. It doesn't look full, but it is, apparently. Yep. And it's even harder for any new business because there's just not enough. There's not enough customers to bring certain businesses. Like that gaming store. But of course, I think even if they had success for a little while here, it wouldn't have lasted long.
Yeah.
Because of the whole, how easy now it is these days to access buying games and whatnot over the internet.
I mean, I got a free game out of it. I went in one day and they're like, hey, your copy of X came in, and it's like, oh, cool, thanks. Bye. I never went back.
So what, they just give it to you?
Yeah, it was already paid for, and they just gave it to me, and it's like, oh, all right, cool. Never seeing you guys again.
But yeah, it's just...
I wasn't gonna turn down a free $60 game at the time.
Mhm. I also wouldn't be surprised if in the next like 5 to 10 years, if GameStop doesn't go out of business as well. Damn near all the other ones have. All the other businesses that are like that.
Yep.
Yay! I just remember things like long time ago. There was places like Game Crazy and there was one particular video rental place that I used to go to as well. I also went to Blockbuster too. I used to frequent Blockbuster back when tapes were still a thing that most people had.
Some of them.
I had a Blockbuster. I didn't have a Blockbuster membership. I was too young, but I definitely went in and picked out movies to rent, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. Those were the good old days. Oh, remember when there was a video rental store here? A long time ago.
Blockbuster? Yeah.
Was it a Blockbuster?
Yeah, we had a Blockbuster and we had a Redbox. That was out of the grocery store, of course.
Oh no, I meant like an actual,
But yeah, we
like
had
an
a
actual,
Redbox. It was...
an actual store that you would go into.
Yes, it was next to the JCPenney's. That is now just a Hallmark.
Yeah, it was it. It was definitely there around that area. I remember that video store. Going to it. That was definitely a long time ago. Yeah, it's so easy to stream movies and buy movies and stuff like that online that those places have just gone out of business.
Gone the way of the dodo.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're getting that.
Almost gone through all of our materials. I'm guessing we're putting more ceiling elements together.
And then pouring more concrete.
Jeez. You trying to send it to the moon?
Well, I am trying to grab what you're grabbing, but the shit's in the way.
And there it is. More roofing. Where's the?
Is the rebar mesh and the wood and everything else still here? On your screen?
No, all the ceiling tiles had appeared.
Yeah,
Oh.
it appeared for me as well.
My gosh, that one went flying. Oh, we got reset
Yeah.
on the road. Oh, there's
Yeah.
2 of them on the road now. Hopefully I can reach those. Like clear out here.
Oh, you should be able to.
Yeah, I can.
I sure couldn't.
People are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, there
I'm
goes
touching
another
shit.
one.
I'm touching
Oh,
shit.
that one went all the way clear. We're gonna have to go get that one.
How?
Mobile crane. You're gonna have to move it.
I have no idea where it's at. Are you talking about
It's
this one?
it's across the street to the northeast in the parking lot over there.
A parking lot?
Yeah, it's clear to the northeast in their parking lot. That blue 4-story building, blue and white. Yep,
Oh, geez, so it
it went clear over there. Yeah, I went to pick up the other one, and as soon as I lifted it, that one spawned on top of it and made it fly.
Well, I mean, let's see what happens if I can grab it or not.
Yeah, it's like you might have to move over there. I tried to reach it, I couldn't.
I probably will.
Oh my gosh, this has turned into a mess.
Just out of reach.
Ah, sad. I just had to flip one of these concrete elements. It just went up to it. Hit the flip button. Man, my dude's strong. This thing probably weighs freaking 1,000 pounds. Pieces all over the boardwalk as well.
Tangled in wires again.
We're tangled up.
Yep, you're going where I'm at, and
I just shoved you out of the way, did I? Yeah, because you didn't move, and I was just like, oh, I guess that's fine. The cables went through your boom and all that. Everything was good, and then all of a sudden you just get shoved over. Like, gotta flip this one too. Oh, they're stealing pieces behind me as well.
Yep. This is why I don't like doing this, because it yeets these fucking things all over hell.
Oh yeah, I think some of them, since the desync issue, it spawns for you. It spawns a few of them inside of each other, and as soon as you grab one, it goes whoop. All the physics get acted on. Cannot find this link. Oh, it's clear on the edge for some reason. That works. Oh, that piece is also upside down.
Oh, so I learned something funny that happened. My cousin, she decided that this would be the finest of ideas.
Hmm.
She married a bum from Australia.
Okay.
Doesn't work, doesn't have a job, won't get a job. He came to live here because he couldn't live there because he's getting kicked out. She had to pay for his plane ticket, which was like $5,000, and
Gosh.
she had to pay for the wedding ring that she got.
That is crazy.
It's like you really know how to pick them, don't you?
It's like, why?
Because I'm sure she's in love.
Yeah. Give it 6 months.
Oh.
It'll become real fun. Hey, more concrete.
I have no idea where my concrete bucket went. I think it's over here.
The camera's all fucked up now. You know, this is supposed to be a container hotel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I've yet to see one single container.
Oh, you took mine, and yours is in front of me. I think.
No, I always put mine over here on the left, next to
I
the
don't know
boardwalk.
why mine's over here then on the far right. I've been putting it all the way over on the left. But yeah, it's funny. It's not like he's incapable. He just won't.
That's odd.
I asked her little sister because it's like, does she still live in the house with everyone? Yeah. She's like 10, 11. So you can get anything out of him. Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
like him at all? No. He just kind of a waste of space? Yeah. It's fucking great.
Yeah. That's the thing is that, you know, a lot of kids that age they don't have the mental capacity to have those kind of skills where they sugarcoat things. If they're going to be honest, they're going to be brutally honest.
Yeah, because she's fairly young, and I might be off with the 10 or 11. She could not even be that. But, oh, it's hilarious. It's like, does he even do anything around the house? No. Is he just in the way? Yeah. He's like the second or third disliked family member now.
I think I knew who's number one for you. Maybe.
No, there's worse. There's
Ah.
worse.
There's worse.
Yeah, there's worse.
So he is not
Shocking,
number.
right?
Yeah, he is not number one then.
No. Surprisingly, 1 and 2 are an uncle and a cousin. I don't even consider my cousin's wife a fucking family member. I hate that bitch. Who brings everybody to a goddamn Catholic wedding, which you know is going to take forever and a goddamn day to begin with, and you don't tell anybody the schedule?
What?
It's like we got there at like 9. Wedding started. We didn't get done with the wedding until like 3, and we're in a different time zone to do this. So it's like, all right, perfect. Wedding's over. Time for the reception, right? It's like 3 o'clock. We'll do a little bit of mingling, and then eventually eat supper, right? They fucking disappear till 6. They are gone for like 3 hours. So when they finally show back up, because they left everybody there, didn't say a single thing, nobody knew what was going on. It's like, okay, cool, you're back. Time for the reception, right? No, reception is not until 8. Are you fucking serious?
Sounds like they, sounds like right after they got married, couldn't wait to get into the bedroom, huh?
No, they went to take wedding photos.
For 3 hours?
For 3 hours, they were gone to take wedding photos.
Damn. How many photos do you
Yeah.
need?
They left and went to some other town.
Oh, okay. You would think you'd take your wedding photos at, I don't know, the wedding?
Before or after, that type of thing.
Well, of course, that's all during, too, but yeah, you wouldn't just leave somewhere else completely to take wedding photos.
Yeah. And
Strange.
nope, they had this all signed up. She'd been planning this since she was like 8, and it's like, bitch, I hope you fucking die. Because the worst part is yet to come. You know the best thing about the wedding, right? It's always the cake. Right?
Yeah, I
You get
suppose.
a cake at a wedding. You have fun partying, but you get cake. Well, she's not lactose intolerant or anything like that. She's just super intolerant of damn near fucking everything. So she
Sounds
had
fun.
this 3-tiered tiny Rice Krispie wedding cake. It was like 10 inches by 3 inches. 6 inches by like 3 inches, and then 3 inches by 3 inches. Not a whole lot of fucking cake for like 70 people.
That sounds like a
And
personal
it's
cake.
like, yeah, exactly. It's like, so that's, the cake for her, of course. It makes sense. If she can't eat wedding cake, she's just going to have that, right? Her and maybe a few people that'll eat it. No, that's the wedding cake. What?
So everybody gets a Rice Krispie. basically.
Yeah, it's like we all got tiny little slivers, and it's like, what about a normal white wedding cake? Oh, no, we weren't going to get one of those. She can't have any. We weren't going to put it out there.
Okay.
What about everyone else? You could have just got a normal fucking cake.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter where it came from. It
coulda
could have
s-
just been a fucking cake.
it could have said happy birthday on
I
it.
really wouldn't have fucking cared. And exactly. It could have just said, hell, it could have been one of them cakes from like Dairy Queen or a store that didn't get picked up, and it's on sale, and it says, like, happy birthday or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's one
It's
of
like,
them cakes that didn't
happy
get picked up.
birthday, Josephia. It's like, whose name is that? One person that didn't pick up the cake. Okay, whatever. Hey, we still get it, right? What's it made out of? Don't care. It's a cake.
It's just like, I'd be right there. I'm right there with you. It's just like, me, if I was to have a wedding, I actually would have to have 2 cakes. I'd have one that's sugar-free for me. Well, not just for me, but anybody who wants sugar-free, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd have to have sugar-free. I cannot have super sugary cakes because that crap. I say crap because it tastes good to everyone else, but to me it tastes like tinfoil. So probably not a good sign, but yeah. And I'd have a normal cake for everyone else if they want
Yeah,
that,
that's the
or
thing.
if you want a sugar-free one, here's some of that too.
I was so annoyed. I was so pissed because I had fucked off. I had left. I
Yeah.
was like, hey, I know the 4 of us. Actually, it was 5 of us. I know we all came in the same car. I'm fucking leaving. I'm going to the mall. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go fuck around.
Make it worth your while to be there.
I didn't buy anything, but there was nothing else to do, so I went to the fucking mall. I was like, hey, you two, you're bored as well. I'm going to the mall. Do you want to go? So I took 2 people to the mall in a city I had never been to.
Right?
I was just like, I'm done here. I got a call and it's like, hey, yeah, we heard they're on their way back. And it's like, cool. It's been like 2.5 hours. I'd been fucking walking around this stupid mall. I get back in like 10 minutes. Where are they at? Oh, they're like an hour out. It's like, what? Fortunately, they were only a half hour out. Because they had got back. But I was about to fucking have a stroke. And the, the reception. Normally they last a while, right? Nope. Not this one.
Yeah, so you
It
waited
was
all
done and over with like an hour and a half.
yeah, you waited all those many hours to have it, and then you finally get there. It's like
Yeah,
30 minutes.
I wasn't happy with them at all. I was done. I have not talked to them. They've had 2 kids, and it was funny because at Thanksgiving, my mom was like, "Hey, yeah, no, Grandpa's showing the picture of the grandchildren. Look," and I said, "I don't care." And she's like, "Just fucking look," and I said, "No, I fucking hate them." Just look. I took the phone and I gave it right back. I said, "There."
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to. It's like, you're lucky I even showed up.
Yep. Speaking of that, I had a fun time right before Thanksgiving as well.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I recorded 9, I think almost 10 hours of footage or
Oh, Jesus.
of video gaming before the holidays. So yeah, Monday and Tuesday, I had recorded all the episodes for the entire week of both Satisfactory and Dyson Sphere program, as well as a Saturday episode as well, or part of one anyway. Didn't quite work out for that one, but I was exhausted after that because I knew I had to do it because I knew I was going to end up helping cook and stuff like that. So over the couple days leading up to cook, prepping food, stuff like that. So
See, I didn't mind helping with that, you know.
no, I don't mind
going
helping
to
it with
that.
it. I just knew I was going to be doing that, so I decided I was going to record the entire week full of episodes so that and then get them all uploaded and scheduled up on the internet on both Rumble and YouTube to make sure that they would go out like they would normally as if I had been there. But I just was like, man, no, I was so exhausted after that. I was having voice breaks and all kinds of stuff. Where your voice just suddenly goes higher pitched for no reason for a second.
Like, I'm here.
Just because that voice is so wore out.
Yeah, it was something else. Because being in the good old US of A, it was like, should we show this Australian what it's like to live here?
Oh, yeah?
We didn't, but I wanted to. Like, welcome to America. Rudy Tooty Point and Shooty.
Yeah.
Because their gun laws are so goddamn strict.
Oh, they're allowed guns. Pretty sure.
They can, but you have to have a permit, you have to have a reason, you have to do a whole lot of stuff, the ammo you buy, I think, is checked Like it's like who bought what, not just walk in a store, buy ammo, walk out. The ammo has to be in a separate case, locked away from the gun. So you have to have a separate case just for the ammo, and it's got to be locked.
That's crazy.
Or
'Cause,
at
you
least that's
know-
what the Tasmanian laws are, which I don't think are fucking really any different than Australian.
Well, just the one friend that we have that we know lives in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I talked to him about it, he said, yeah, that in the where he lived, they were not allowed to have weapons. It was only the Tasmanians that were allowed to have that.
Okay, so that'd be why, because the law I know is Tasmania. And this is super fucking racist. And he
Yeah.
told me this. You could have a license to hunt the Aboriginals up until the 70s. You could still get the license. If they were on your land causing you trouble, you could get a license to hunt the Aboriginals.
Okay.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Of course, nobody got it, but it wasn't, appealed or whatever you want to call it
Yeah.
until like the mid 70s, I want to say.
Yeah, we've had some really crazy, weird hidden laws like that. There's some that still exist today. Not nothing like that, nothing screwed up or anything. But there's some crazy laws out there.
Oh, do we have to go buy the prefabs? Yes, we do, I think.
It just says place them. It doesn't say deliver.
Place. Where are they then?
Yeah, that's my.
Oh, they're on top.
Oh, yeah, they're
They were blending in.
there. Yeah, I could see that definitely. They're the same color. Yeah, I just remember talking to somebody that lives in Oklahoma. There's some interesting laws there in Oklahoma that still exist to this day. That make no.
There's weird, crazy laws everywhere.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I know in Oklahoma, you're by law, before you cross an intersection, you have to take your gun and shoot it up into the air once before you cross that intersection. That's still a law. It's not enforced, obviously, because I can't have that, but it's still a law. It's just
Yeah,
like,
that would kind of contradict with, not unlawful discharge of a firearm in public, but
yeah.
because if it's a law, then you would have to discharge a firearm in public.
It's just like, I don't know why they just had never got rid of it. But yeah, it's still on the
There were
books.
some strange ones where, like, you can't, bring ducks somewhere on, like, a Sunday or some crazy law like that in some state. It was really fucking weird and specific, and it's like, who fucked up that badly carrying a duck on, like, a Sunday?
Yeah.
Or, like, a Wednesday? What happened? What's the story here?
There's another law too that I can't remember which state it's in, but it says you are not allowed to fire a bazooka / grenade launcher from a moving from a moving position. From basically a car. You're not allowed to fire that from a vehicle. It's just like, it's so weirdly specific,
Yeah, it's like you can get those things if you have the right permits.
Yeah. It's like,
But
if you have one,
why
you're not.
is there a law?
Why is there a law?
that states that?
Just crazy ones like that. What the hell is with that?
And that's the wonderful thing is it's like, why, how, And I want to know the story behind it.
Yeah, sure do.
It's like something happened,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a need.
Yeah.
A need, a desire.
I used to know a few more. I've looked them up. Just crazy laws in the U.S. that either are outdated or make no sense. Or
Oh yeah, there's some fucked up, outdated laws that contradict with new laws, but it's like, you could you get away with it? Because it is a law. Now it is contradicted by a newer law, but it was never repealed.
yeah, I was never expunged from the
Yeah,
books.
so it's like, is it morally okay? Fuck no. But it's a law.
Yep.
Gonna just put this on the roof up here. I'm gonna get the elevators again.
I'm still pouring this room over here. Stairwell, I guessing. So it looks like.
Yeah, that would make sense for what that looks like and how it's being built.
So I gotta pour this stupid column.
So yeah, if you know any stupid, strange, weird laws that are still in effect or just recently got taken out, go ahead and throw those down there in the comments. Yeah. Because weird, strange laws are awesome.
Yeah.
My bucket's in your area. So if you want to grab that last tile, I'll grab this bucket. That, or I can move the bucket and grab the tile.
It's like I have to put down my bucket first.
Whoop. Oh, perfect.
So you're doing the elevator shafts, and I'm doing the stairwell.
Yep.
Awesome. Glad that we can simultaneously do that.
Yes, although I wish like some of this stuff it was like one big step that had a bunch of little optional ways to do it. Like we
Yeah.
said with the very first one. Oh yeah, you're not gonna need help with that.
I need help with my tiny little slab.
Well, you're missing it currently.
Yeah, move it to the east a bit more. It might help. I was trying to move it, but my controller kept going left, and I was just like, no, stop it! I need to go this way. I'm trying.
Macking it, getting it in the way.
Oh, come on, that's good enough. Sheesh.
Oh well,
Jeez.
shit.
That's probably going to be going up a few stories.
Since it didn't give that to me, I thought we were done.
I just had to finish mine first before we could continue, apparently. It's not like the bridge ones where we could just build at our own paces. Decided to pour the pillar earlier on this time. That pillar's hard to get to.
How much did this one pay?
It's like 2 something.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. There she is.
Fine.
Guessing the containers are going in these empty spaces.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, shit, the containers are the cheapest part of this job.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, you can buy a huge, like 40-foot container for like $6,000 last time I checked here.
Yeah, but where we live, you're not allowed to have those on city
Uh,
property.
Really?
Not allowed to have them. We checked with that because I had an aunt that moved here recently.
Are you on city?
No, they're not living here. They're actually living in town. Or in the
Yeah, that's why I
city.
was asking if you were on city property.
Yeah,
what
we
happened
are.
to it?
What happened to
I
what?
don't see it. I don't see it.
I have it
for
in
me.
my. I have it in.
Oh, okay. If you could plop her on down because it's
Yeah.
invisible.
She goes. But yeah, she was planning on buying a house there, and wanted to buy a container, to put all of her stuff in, rather than renting a storage unit. Because you had
Probably
a bunch.
why people that have storage units are on the council.
And she was gonna get one, and she was told that she's not allowed to have those on city property. And when you question why, they say because it doesn't look good.
Like, this city's a pile of shit. Nothing looks good.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen some of the buildings around here?
Half the fucking place is crack houses.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Like, not a fucking chance half the places are crack houses.
I mean, the person who owns this trailer park that we live in, the only reason he gets away with it is because he owns the land, the trailer park, or because he owns the trailer park. We're still within
Yeah,
the
it's
city
not
limits.
city
though.
land, it's...
Yeah, we're still within city limits,
Yeah.
but and because of that, we still have to follow certain laws, but we can get away with a few others. But I always thought it was funny too, because it's just like, oh yeah, you got to follow all these regulations and stuff like that on the trailer houses and how the roads are and stuff like that, and how generally the property looks, right? But and they want to claim that it's because we're in city, within city limits, but they refuse to put streetlights out here.
Yeah, it's like, it benefits them.
Yep, it benefits them to pay those fees and stuff.
Yep.
But it doesn't benefit them to spend a little bit of money to put some damn streetlights out here.
No,
It's
they
all-
only do stuff when it's convenient.
Yep.
It's
So-
like,
so
my
it
dad
goes.
was on the airport board of directors a long time ago, and he was on it when they first started it, so he had a say and helped make a shit ton of the rules. Well, they stopped following those rules a while back, and when, he bought his plane and had a hangar out there, he was like, hey, I want XYZ. And they're like, no. And he's like, have the rules changed? No, they're the same from when they were created. He's like, yeah, I created those fucking rules, now give me XYZ. Well, they're not in the records. So he went, got the records that he created, and said, "Hey, fuck you. Here are the records." They fought him on it, and he eventually won. But it was hilarious because it's like, no, I made those. I was here before you ever were. And then it's like, hey, we're gonna raise the rent. And it's like, no. Can't raise the rent. It's in the it said, right there. It's X amount. You can't raise the rent. There is no raising it.
Yep. And with a normal person, that would have flown. That kind of crap.
Yeah, and there was a lot of shit they were trying to pull, and it was just no, can't do that.
I think we're about done, huh? With this part of it,
Can hit a cat, being annoying, chewing on shit.
anyway.
He knows he's not supposed to, but he does.
Yep.
Now he's just sitting over there staring at me.
Yep. Being all resentful-eyed.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, my camera. It went wonky there. I've also been thinking too. I think we gotta be using like some self-leveling concrete, because being up this high, there ain't nobody around that's gonna screed it for you.
Oh, gotta get the large containers.
Oh, yep. There's still a mobile crane over there?
Yes.
Guess I'll go do that. There's something floating over here. What the heck? Huh. It's like a cactus in the air. Alrighty. Yep, looks
Now
like
I'm gonna
we're...
have to throw another thing at a cat, and the only thing I have in front of me is a box of ammo. Take the 38 special and like it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those are modified containers, alright. There's a red one, a green one, a blue one. They got some big old dual doors on each end, and a single... Looks like a single side door as well. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta make 3 trips. Got my first one. Coming on back. Probably have to use the big crane, huh?
The mobile crane will do it, but I'm currently all the way over by the big crane
I'm
with the hook.
I'm right behind your crane here. This is where it
All right.
teleported me. It's like I'm like right behind you. That's actually pretty smart, though.
Get out of here.
It's actually pretty smart, though, the way they plan those two stages out, delivering those containers right at the beginning of the mission. So while you're constructing other stuff, they get work done. That's what we call world building.
No, I don't want to place that one there. I want to place it over here. Nope, it's going there. Okay. Didn't have a choice.
Wants it specifically there. Righty. Teleporting with the next one.
Get out of here. I was ready for it.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, come on.
Depth perception. Oh.
It was there.
It was there. It was
It was
green.
green on my end.
It was green on my screen as well.
Mall containers. Do we have to get more containers? No, they're over there. Okay, you can help with this.
Are they actually on the property?
Yeah. But I have to have my boom way in the air to clear the buildings.
Oh, so didn't make us go and get all of these containers.
Which is kind of nice.
Yeah. So I'm guessing each one of these units is, oh my gosh, the camera! Whoa! Camera! Whoa, what the hell's happening? Okay.
You're hitting me.
It shoved the
Yeah.
camera inside the elevator shaft.
Yeah, you were hitting me.
And it was moving all on its own. Oh, there it is again. In the elevator
Yeah,
shaft.
again, you're hitting me. I'm right there.
I can't see.
That is me you are making contact with.
The last one.
We're gonna have more roofing elements to put on at some point.
Yeah, I'd imagine they wouldn't want the containers to be the roofs. They'd want a roofing over them. Just because these old containers, they tend to rust at the top. They got water sitting in those grooves. Oh, okay then. Every time it shows my camera into that elevator shaft, it flips the crane out. Oh, we're actually putting roofing elements on them. Interesting.
Alright.
Yeah,
Is that where they're sitting?
Yeah.
Surely not. Time to make stuff explode.
It's like I was waiting for it.
Oh, trust me, shit's exploding. Not great.
Is it?
Yeah, on my end because I'm getting caught on everything.
Oh,
Because I'm at the bottom of this, so I have to have my boom way in the air. Think you could work on the other side? Since we're going to be getting entangled with each other.
but I want to be entangled.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, I can work on this side. Just because over time that if it ever rains or anything like that real heavy, them grooves will just fill with water.
Yeah.
And that just water just sits there. There's no real way to drain it, so it just rusts out the tops of those.
And that's why I'm surprised at how good a shape it seems some of those containers are when you see them for sale. Yeah, they're a little beat up and rusty, but it's like, they're in awful good shape for what it looks like.
Yeah, they do last a long time. It does take a while for
Especially the salt
that-
water.
yeah, that kind of stuff to set in. They have to be strong, yeah, because of the salt water. Because they'd be dealing with being on a boat. But
They're on a boat and motherfuckers look at me because I'm sailing on a boat.
yep.
God, that's a stupid song from so long ago.
Yep.
Getting another longer one. And I need one more.
And mine is the last one of the short.
Got a feeling that it's going to be wanting us to pour some concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And if if you look at it, we're only not even 70% of the way done. So what the fuck is left? Oh,
Who knows?
where are you at? I'm hung up on you somehow.
Are ya?
I think my boom's way too fucking high, and that's why. No, my boom wasn't high at all.
No, yeah, you're hitting my tower.
I'm not sure what I was connecting with. Maybe the compactor that was right there next to my boom. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I got that giant hydraulic cylinder, and I think that was hitting the compactor.
well, you were also hitting the center tower of this crane as you're extended out past it. On
I didn't think I was, but
on
yeah,
the west
it's
side.
completely possible I was.
You're extended clear out past the west side, almost at the boardwalk. But yeah, I can see that compactor being a problem as well.
That's what I was seeing, was that center hydraulic cylinder.
That would make sense as well. Oh my gosh, the camera. I'm gonna have to turn it this way between the towers because it keeps colliding with this stupid tower, the center one, and then it freaks the crane out. We're at 69%, nice.
I'm wondering what the hell is left.
I don't know. Well, there's still some more packages over here.
Yeah.
So maybe some more concrete element stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Also, I don't know if I would build the hotel like they have here.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and let me throw something at the cat.
It really doesn't.
Back. Yeah, it's like a hotel for containers, and it's like, oh, well, here's 7 of them, and that's it. On top of a giant concrete platform.
Yeah, what makes sense to me is the placement of the containers. That's what doesn't
Yeah,
make sense
it's
at all.
like, why are they where they are?
Yeah. It's like me, what I'd do is I'd stack them up like bricks almost. And then build the hotel like that. It'd still be like a rectangleish building like a normal hotel, it'd just be made out of containers for the most part. Of course, I would still concrete the stairwell and the elevator, but most of the rest of it would be made out of containers. Sorry, I have a slight trouble pouring concrete.
Going left.
Because at any random given moment, the crane will suddenly swing left extremely quickly while I'm trying to pour somewhere, and then I try to correct it. it's a mess.
Oh, gotta unpack.
How you gonna unpack those? Can you get up there?
You made the stairway.
I'm just curious. I was like, I did make this.
Stairway here.
Did make the stairway, but
Yeah, we have to go up the stairway you made.
Oh, that concrete freaked out there for a minute.
Oh, Jesus. Is that all the better it could do?
Oh, more containers.
Okay, okay, more containers.
And they're all on my side.
Good, 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 good. I'm gonna do a little bit of clearing up. Gonna get rid of some of those compactors.
Mm.
That can go home.
Oh, just imagine if you had to go back and forth between the steelworks with containers back and forth for them to all get modified. It's constantly. Or, better yet, would be a really cool hotel. Is a boat hotel made out of an old container ship with a bunch of empty containers made into rooms and such.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Of course, it'd all be locked together. It wouldn't be like it'd be permanently locked together, all the containers. So it wouldn't, we would avoid any catastrophes like some container ships have. Where half the stack goes falling off into the bay.
Yeah, that would not be any good at all.
No, they'd all be structurally locked together. And probably most of the containers as well, would be placed in such a way that you'd put like two of them next to each other and then cut out the center walls, or cut out the walls that are facing each other on both those containers and make one big room out of it. Make like suites and stuff. So like on the upper floor, or the upper like platforms where you can see out farther and stuff like that would be the more expensive, bigger rooms. And then as you went toward the deck of the ship, the further you went down, those would be the smaller rooms, and then maybe even have some underneath. That'd be pretty cool. That's not supposed to go there, I don't think. I think you gotta have that yellow on your side, possibly. It seems to be color oriented a little bit, and it's not saying which colors go where, it's just... it just seems to be temperamented to the color every now and again. Come on. In that spot, it turns green. There we go. Finally. There goes my camera again. Yeah, this is a very strange way of building this.
Yeah, it doesn't even. It's I guess. I'm no
Yeah.
engineer, but this is.
It's meh. It's not real pleasing the way things are placed. Oh my gosh, that stack! You see that stack to hop as it spawned in.
It hopped a lot.
Yeah. It tried to go to the moon. See, I would have done a center elevator shaft slash stairwell in the center of the building, and maybe have a couple stairwells on the very outer edges. And then, yeah, stack my containers around there, kind of like building blocks. That would have been a better way to do it, rather than this weird angled mess where the containers are mismatched stacked. And you've got this entire, like, catwalk up here. Which I'm guessing that's how they get to and from their rooms, is through a catwalk. I guess. Just watching your cables whip around there.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't imagine being hit with a whipping cable like that.
Cut you in half.
Yeah, probably. If it was whipping back and forth like that, you get hit by it, just whoosh, there goes an arm. Just instant, like a hot knife through butter.
All right, let me move. That's coming over to me.
I like how we've completely blocked off that parking lot for that restaurant over there. Truck and trailer. Nobody can get out.
Oh, they can go around, except for, well, purple might be able to if they, like, 4-point turn.
Slide on out. Like, does your truck have to be there blocking all of these cars in this parking lot? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it does. Why? It's construction.
Fuck you.
Yes, it has to be.
I wonder if this is going to be like several floors of this. It looks like it's going to be like at least 2 more floors.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh.
It doesn't
I
take.
mean, it's cool to begin with, but it's like variation.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost forgot. Got a skill point to spend. I'm gonna put that into. Yeah, we're doing concrete, so concrete viscosity. Nope. Well then. Hey, that happens. I missed the pour, and it went straight to reset. That's one way you can drop items, though, from height. So hit the reset button when you get hooked up.
Gotcha.
This extra controller challenge. Uh, ah. Righty. Unpack more materials. Too bad we can't see inside the hotel room, so I guess that'd be too much detail to show off.
I'm surprised they just didn't do what they did with the buildings, just the same shit, different day. Oh, I done fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
And got.
We have one more floor. Catwalks, I'm assuming. Yep.
Yeah, more catwalks, more containers, more concrete, more catwalks, more containers, more concrete.
More catwalks, more containers, more concrete.
That's what I'm thinking it's gonna be. More catwalks. Yep, large container, small container. Fuck.
6 large ones this time and only 1 small one. Weird.
I thought it was that last time.
It was 2 small ones. And they've gradually went down on the smaller ones, and they're getting towards the bigger ones, which is weird. Like, what are they trying to accomplish here? An eyesore? Because they're doing it. Why is my hook in the ground? What the fuck? Get into my crane, and my hook is in the ground. Who's been touching the crane?
I grabbed a fucking block.
Oh.
A shipping container.
I don't know why I did that. I decided that the crane's hook was going to be slightly in the ground when I got in. Got a green one this time. You know, I also hate this because it's not symmetrical. It is fucked.
Nope, I gotta go all the way over to your side with this one.
Yeah. Like I said, sometimes it wants it very specifically for whatever color. It's like, no, you already have this color over here.
And that makes sense, at least. You're not putting shit in the same place, same colors on one side and a disaster on the other.
Yep. Nope. There goes the pile again. Flopping all over the place. Whoa! Just shot your shaft clear through my eye socket.
You're welcome. But I have to I feel like I have to be up this high just to clear the buildings on
Yeah,
my side.
you do, yeah. You definitely do.
If I'm not, then, oh well, fuck you too. That one didn't go where I wanted it to.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Bye! It was
Yeah, I
green.
tried to go around you.
When it was green when I placed it, and then it placed it inside of the container, which flipped it out and threw it over here.
It's fine. It's fine. I have no idea where over here is, so.
Oh, it's clear to the, I guess to the west. That would be.
Oh, I see it.
Got it. Or concrete. Where's this thing at?
I think you have to pick it up, deliver special components.
Yeah, I'm wondering where it's at, though. Oh, it's also at the steel mill. Okay. Or the steel trade. Luckily, there's a crane over there. This one with all the electricals in it? Or all the
Probably.
outside electricals? Or is this the check-in desk? You gotta go into a container. No, this one says
Who knows?
it says hotel on it. On the top. It's a container sign.
Oh, that one would probably sit upright then out front as a. This is what it is. Container hotel.
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, back up. Yeah. Probably gotta, because it wants it over by the big crane. We were both going for it.
I was just moving out of your way.
Just be easier with this one since it wants it clear on the other side of the building.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, game. Give
You
me.
could just put it there.
Yeah, I could have just fucking put it there, but no, I had to set it down first.
Where it wanted it.
It's like I have to set it on the ground first before I can pick it back up.
Well, there's two there now. You picked one up and the other one's still sitting.
That's not good.
That's what I see. Alright. Remove vehicles from construction
Okay.
site.
Before you go and talk to the foreman, before we pick up this big old crane. Gotta get a thumbnail for what we did today. Did I do this again? Oh yeah, camera, photo mode. Let's see. One more saturation. Yeah, there we go. Make it at least a little bit colorful. That works. It's weird too because as soon as I take a screenshot with F12, the camera zooms left.
Jeez.
I think it's my controller partially, but there's still a pack of rebar we didn't use. I don't think I bought too many.
Well, it's where it would have had to have been placed.
Yeah. So, ready for the old cutscene?
Yep.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't always easy for me as a young man. When I was broke and had no prospects, I ended
Not
up
really
at the
container
original
hotel,
harbor
really?
and slept
You
between
spent
the
like
containers at
most of your
night.
money on concrete?
An old captain found me, offered me my first job as a deckhand. Aye. That was how I started seafaring long ago. Times were still rough back then. Things are much simpler today, and young people can sleep inside the containers instead of next to them. I knew that you could turn these old boxes into something useful. And I'm sure we'll have a full deck during the busy season. The advantages are pretty obvious, right? A swell location, and still cheap. What more could you want?
Sure. I suppose. So return all the vehicles. And they can get fueled and fixed up. Gotta return those as well.
Alrighty. Well, that's the container hotel.
Yep.
40-foot hotel. Wow.
Yeah, they're 40-foot containers.
How spectacular.
Yeah, it's not as gray as it looked in the picture.
No, not at all. This was...
It's more of a motel, really. Probably with the amount of rooms. Anyway, I think this is about all the time we have for today.
Yeah.
That took the entire episode. I mean, I kind of expected it was like 2 point something mil, so. Yeah, when you look at the picture of it, it's a little bit deceiving. It looks like the containers are straight with the building, but
Yes.
because the building that specific wall is at an angle, that's why all the containers look straight, because they're with that angle.
Yeah,
So it's deceiving.
wonky. It's like literally the first two, the first two floors are not hotel.
Yep. Well, but they might be actually. Like what
I
else?
guess they could be, but why would you be staying at the, the container hotel?
I don't know. Maybe you can't afford the container room.
Well, in the back, there's places to sit with umbrellas, so maybe it's like a restaurant inside, and then of course you're gonna need the offices. So,
Yeah, I suppose.
restaurant, offices.
Next one might be interesting though. We keep working with this guy.
Mhm.
Building a marina. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
There'd be some interesting parts we haven't seen before, maybe. But anyway, I'll just walk left. I'll just exit stage left.
I'm gonna fuck off and this direction. And to the dumpster. Oh. Okay, yeah, I didn't break. No, I'm breaking the game. I'm
Yes,
stuck.
yes, you are.
There we go. This way. Gone forever.
Sounds good. Alrighty then.
Yep. Well, talk to you later. Have a good one.
Up until next Monday.
Yep. Have a good one. Take care.
Later. Alrighty. Our outro's not very good. Like I said, that's all the time we have for Construction Sim. So I do hope you enjoyed on this 4.5 hour video with almost nothing out. But yeah, hope you enjoyed, and until next time, I'm gonna exit stage left, and I guess it's a goodbye.